Mr. Semenya.
Chairperson, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Makolo, I reminded that you are still under your former oath.
Noted, Chair.
Good morning to you, Ntate Makolo.
Good morning, Chair.
The exchanges you and I are going to have during the course of the day, please accept they come from a good place. There's no malice intended. You'd accept that, would you?
Yes, Chair, I would.
The purpose is actually to elicit from you evidence on which the Commission can reliably make factual findings. Do you follow?
I follow, Chair.
And correspondingly, based on those factual findings, the Commission can then make rational recommendations of what can be done or not done going forward. You follow?
I follow, Chair.
All right. Perhaps before we start there, might I just try and track what SERI and ICF have been putting to you and to get your comment there? There is a supplementary affidavit by Mr. Mahlangu. Do you have it before you?
I do, Chair.
Might I invite you to go to paragraph 16 of that affidavit. Are you there?
I'm there.
All right. I find this affidavit unhelpful. Firstly, it is not evidence before this commission, but be that as it may, let's go through it. It is unhelpful, at least in one respect. According to the inspections in loco, which have become exhibits before this commission, with uncontested information in them, these buildings have 1,146 people in them. You can accept that, right?
I can accept that, Chair.
So talking about 371 people can hardly be said to be a significant proportion of the occupiers. You accept that, just arithmetically.
Arithmetically, I accept that, Chair.
Yes. But it also doesn't tell us whether these buildings are commercially classified, does it?
No, it doesn't, Chair.
And to that extent, it doesn't help us then answer the question whether they're entitled to ESPs or not. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And to the extent that they may only be having one account attributable to the owner of that building, there is no qualification for ESP of the tenants in the building. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
That's what you have been trying at length yesterday to say, that ESP has its own protocols for qualification. You don't become qualified simply because you're indigent. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So what this affidavit does not help us with, again, is that until such time as whoever qualifies, the benefit they receive is through accounts being deducted to the extent of that qualification. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So once you qualify, that in itself does not mean somebody is going to come with a hose and give you kiloliters of water in your apartment. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And it cannot be understood to mean because you qualify, somebody is going to come with what kilowatts or wattage of electricity that you are entitled to. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair.
So the accusation ultimately made in this affidavit that the city is failing the people who qualify for ESP is just plainly unfounded. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Brickhill.
It has not been often the custom to object to questions from the evidence leaders, but I feel I must do so at this stage following this exchange.
Yes.
And seek the guidance of yourself, Chairperson and Commissioner. The questions that are being put to the witness are all in the nature of leading questions, as if this were cross-examination of the witness. Our understanding is that the evidence leader's role is one of clarification and to elicit questions, to elicit helpful information from witnesses, which ought ordinarily to be in the form of non-leading questions. We've allowed a great deal of latitude recognizing the important role of the evidence leaders. But it seems to us that if a series of 10 or 20 leading questions are to be put to a witness, it does start to become in the nature of cross-examination.
Yes.
And we do have some concern about that, which we raise with respect.
Yes.
We don't seek to be obstructive, and these are important topics that have been raised. But so far, all of the questions that have been put have been leading questions to which the witness has simply had the option of responding yes.
Yes. Mr.
Chairperson.
Siminya.
Mr. Brickhill must accept that I have no intention to put questions other than leading ones. I am entitled to test the correctness of the evidence adduced by the witness through you. And that's what I'm going to do exactly, Chair.
Mr. Brickhill.
Chairperson, we understand our learned friend's clarity that his intention is to pose leading questions. If the Commission is comfortable that that is the appropriate
Yes.
role, then we will abide that. And we will reserve the right, if necessary, to ask questions arising from our learned friend's questions
Yes.
at the end.
Yes. You may have that right at an appropriate stage to raise whatever questions following the questions that the evidence leader has put to the witness. I will allow the questions.
Chairperson.
And Mr. Makola, if I put a proposition to you that you find factually incorrect, you're most entitled to disagree and say, no, I hold a different view. Are we together?
Understood, Chair.
Yes. The last question before the objection, I had put the proposition to you that it is unfounded for Mr. Matlangu then to say that the city has failed the ESP candidates who qualify. I'm saying that is unfounded. What's your comment?
One would tend to agree with that, Chair.
Yes. My reading of the bylaws tells me that they are having internal remedies within them, i.e., in the event of non-compliance, the officials are empowered to take corrective action. Would that be a fair proposition to make?
That's correct, Chair.
And I'm going to use what is of popular knowledge. If a trader is selling expired goods, there are legislative instruments, including bylaws, that says you can confiscate those, right?
That's correct, Chair.
And equally, your Fire Brigade Act, for argument's sake, would tell us that in the event of non-compliance, Section 8 would tell us that the fire officer would issue a notice to say, hey, this is non-compliant within a period of X. You need to correct it to become compliant. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
I must also be right that after the period expired, the fire chief, in the face of non-compliance, has the power to correct that problem and to look to the owner for recompense. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
That's an area you're pretty familiar with, given your background, Mr. Makula. I'm right, am I not?
You are correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, the legislation, by the way, that I was making reference to in relation to food is called the Regulation 3 and 4 of the Foodstuffs, Cosmetics, and Disinfectants Act of 1972. You might not immediately be familiar with it, but you've got no difficulty in accepting that to be correct. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And you're engaged again with Mr. Brickhill with nomenclature or labeling that I found requires some tidying up. Surely, if there is a person who is going to be collecting rent without the permission of the owner, extort it from those who are in tenancy, he's hijacking the building. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So there is nothing pejorative in talking about a building being hijacked if indeed that is what is happening, collection of rental by people not entitled to collect that rent. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
It says nothing about the victims who are tenants in that building, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Now, I go back a little bit to what recourse is embedded in the bylaws, which we now know is a significant element in the bad buildings scenario. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, and I want us to disaggregate or separate eviction processes from corrective action that is in the bylaws. If you are going to build a combustible material inside a building inconsistent with the fire safety requirements, you don't need to evict the people. You just remove that after you've given notice. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Nobody's entitled to build a cuckoo or a shack inside a building that is of compromise to fire safety. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And non-compliance with that would entitle the city officials to go remove that combustible material. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair, in line with the provisions of the bylaw.
Indeed. So we need to be careful. Oh.
Just a question of clarification to assist us to follow this line. We're not sure which bylaws are being referred to. Our learned friend could assist.
Do you have difficulty in understanding my question?
No, not at all, Chair.
Yes. So the fire bylaws would tell us precisely what powers you have in correcting the non-compliance in the event a notice is given. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So, and the reason is simple. Let's talk about now the approach the city has taken in respect of its constitutional obligations. You may be familiar or must be familiar with what the terms of reference says about the Commission's work in this part of the hearings. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
It calls for the Commission to determine the prevalence of bad buildings in Region F. Does it not?
It does, Chair.
Yes. Now, I'm struggling to establish through the city what that prevalence is. Clearly, it is within your records as a city to know what number we're talking of the prevalence of these bad buildings. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
I think the document you gave us yesterday is indicating a figure is it 75? Of 74, am I right?
That's correct, Chair. The second page of the document.
To determine the prevalence, we then need to extrapolate and say 74 of what number, right?
That's correct, Chair.
And I am confident through your office, we would be able to find what percentage of this bad buildings is in relation to Region F, and therefore compute to answer that question the Premier is asking for, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
You can give that to us in writing later, will you?
We can certainly do so, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, Ntate Makula, you'd know that, let's talk electricity for argument's sake. City Power tells us that in the event of non-payment of electricity, they are entitled, after various steps, to do what culminates ultimately in them stopping the provision of that electricity to that consumer. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
But unfortunately, we know that that step in itself renders bad buildings even more unsafe, for argument's sake. You would agree with that?
I agree, Chair.
It renders the dilapidation, it accelerates the dilapidation in those bad buildings, does it not?
It does, Chair.
Yes. And no different stopping supply of water in a building that is derelict, that is bad, that is hijacked. It does no favors to the standard and status of that building. Correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, no different in relation to waste management. I had your evidence to say that Pick It Up has no province, no right no arrangement to be going inside buildings, but would provide the bins and ultimately have those containers for waste control, right?
That's correct, Chair.
But buildings are by definition occupied by people who, even on the admission of ICF and SERI, are lawful there, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
But if there is an indicated waste, filth, and sewer in a building, it's no excuse to say, by pick it up, I'm not going to go in the building. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So they must do what is reasonable to do, including going into buildings that desperately require the removal of waste. That must be correct, Mr. Makula. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, if situations regarding water, electricity, waste remain the same, 20 years down the line, we'll be still in the same place with the bed buildings. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So I suggest to you that there ought to be some intervention by the city, some strategy by the city, how we overcome the predictable recurrence of these conditions. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And can I have an undertaking from you that the city will do best endeavor to find creative methods by which these mitigations to bad buildings can be achieved? Can I rely on you to look at lateral ways of resolutive situations that can be imposed to that problem?
Certainly, we will do so, Chair. Of course, take cue from the current interventions that we are putting in place with the view of improving that, and of course, taking counsel and advice from all other stakeholders that are affected by the bad buildings, as it were, Chair.
Yes. Because to me, you spoke about mega projects, and we're talking in Region F. It appears to me 74 buildings in the scheme of things shouldn't be beyond the capacity of the city to correct. Am I right?
Given the limitations on the financial resource, Chair, it shouldn't, but I guess that's all in the control of the city's administration, Chair.
And it's constitutional obligations to get there too.
Correct, Chair.
And I'm not pointing fingers to anybody, but I want to rely on your word that some solution at least will be investigated to address this number of buildings. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Now, iChip in our calculation is a 2.9 billion rands solution as at the time of iChip report. Do you have that type of money?
Not at this stage, Chair.
Yeah.
If it is available, it's of course spread across different functions and responsibilities at this point.
No. I'm talking about iChip, which is primary aim is to provide affordable housing. I'm saying the numbers as they stood then in 2019, 2016 was 2.9 billion. The city can't afford that. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
But shouldn't we then make it plain as a communication platform to all affected that the realization of a program well thought through, as we understood, city officials were involved in compiling the report and they participated with the various experts. Shouldn't we be telling South Africa and Johannesburg people that that number is not currently available?
We should, Chair, and we do communicate through different platforms, whether it's council meetings or in Bezos, the limitation is before we pass the budget. So it may not be explicitly to iChip, but it relates to the city's financial constraints and the funded budget on a yearly basis.
But also the constitutional obligation on the city and the national as well as provincial relating to affordable housing is fiscus sensitive. Am I right?
That's correct, yeah.
But it must then entail a little bit of a healthy discourse between city and citizen that the constraints are in part that. Am I right?
That's correct, yeah.
Because ICF should not go about misplaced information that their rights are being trampled upon if, in part, the reasons they're not fully realized is the constraints of the fiscus. Am I correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Now, again, there is, in my view, a total misunderstanding of what the law says. There is no court that has ever given an order that combustible material in a building that are of a fire safety kind cannot be removed. Have you come across a judgment of the type?
No, Chair, I haven't.
Or a judgment that says a bylaw properly passed cannot be enforced? Have you come across a judgment of that kind?
No, I haven't, Chair.
That non-compliance is pardonable in certain circumstances. Have you come across that?
No, I haven't, Chair.
Yes. What the courts do say is you cannot, as a city, begin to evict people out of those buildings without alternative accommodation being provided and leaving them landless. That's what the law says. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. You give us your evidence about the overpopulation of the city through internal immigration, of people moving from rural areas of our country for reasons economic and otherwise, who come to the city. That's your evidence, right?
That's correct, Chair.
And it must be correct that they in turn would put a greater burden on the provision of basic services to its citizens, being the city. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
But all of these type of things are not haphazard, I would suggest to you, Mr. Makola. It is something that the city can foresee.
In some instances, yes, Chair.
And with that foresight, it must then be obvious, even in your budgetary processes, to accommodate that reality so that the train doesn't get off the rails, so to speak. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So I did not hear the city saying that they have a strategy to deal with that population outburst. Is there one?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair.
But I can invite you, can't I, Mr. Makola, because as far as administration goes, the buck stops with you. You're the most top official in the administration of the affairs of the city, am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Though in an acting capacity, I accept. Right?
That's correct.
But I suggest to you that one of the areas you may want to look into is how, including the budgetary processes that the city will employ to mitigate the complications that arise from that in-country migration. Okay? Am I right?
Yeah, correct.
Does not help the city of Johannesburg and the metros that the borders are not as what they should be.
Correct, Chair.
And Mr. Matlangu must be the first to accept that some of the occupiers of these buildings are non-registered, non-documented foreign nationals in them. It's obvious through the various inspections done by GIFES that that is true. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And no doubt the fatalities in the Usindiso also convey the same message to all of us. True.
That's correct, Chair.
So, in collaboration with Home Affairs, there must be a concerted effort of managing that problem, possibly with a view also to contain the xenophobia that some people complain about. Right?
That's correct, Chair.
TEAs. For what that instrument means, and you have a background in disaster management, what that instrument means is a temporary emergency accommodation. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
But as a matter of fact, they have become permanent, non-paying shelters for those who are there, right?
That's correct, Chair.
That needs to change, doesn't it?
Absolutely agree, Chair.
Yes. Now, one of the entities of the city with a duty to address social housing is JOSCO, right?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, JOSCO tells us that it is insolvent, it is non-sustainable, it is financially unable to discharge its mandate. You are aware of that fact, are you not?
I'm aware of that fact, Chair.
And with the right person coming later, we will explore what percentage of their allocation is salary as opposed to the discharge of its mandate. Has there been such an investigation?
We have, Chair, so it's a regular exercise that we conduct. So part of the questions and deliberations that happened at the Budget Steering Committee is to, of course, go through that breakdown in terms of the budget allocated, and of course, through the executive management teams, we then look at different ways that JOSCO can improve its revenue to obviously reinvest. And there are a number of strategies that we've advised the entity to look at from a shareholder perspective.
What time frame are we having in mind about these suggested proposals?
Chair, it's ongoing. As an example, we have advised Joshco to appoint a managing agent company to do the collection on their behalf, because for the last 5-6 years they've been trying to collect using their own internal staff, and that has proven to not be successful. So we've advised them to appoint a specialist in the area of collections, so that that money can then be reinvested in the repairs and maintenance of those facilities, as we allocate them additional budget to build new units.
And this started when?
This has been ongoing, Chair, I think for the last about 3 or 4 years, but we've re-emphasized the point in the current financial year and during the budget steering committee in the current year that one was obviously part of.
No, I don't follow. It takes 3 or 4 years for them to appoint an agent that would help with collection?
No, Chair, I was saying recall the collection was done internally at Joshco. In the current financial year, during the budget steering committee, we then insisted, based on evaluating their performance on their revenue, as a shareholder, we then insisted that their appointment has to happen by the end of this financial year, so that in the new financial year, starting in July, the collections can improve. So it's part and parcel of the performance review of the entity.
Oh, so this is recent. This is recent.
The discussions are not recent. The proposal was given in the last year or two, but I think as a shareholder, we were not very aggressive on its implementation. But we've moved to the point now that the appointment has to happen before the end of the current financial year.
Well, the aggressive is recent, right?
If
You say the conversation has been going for 3 odd years. I'm saying the aggressive implementation of that conversation is recent.
Agree, Chair.
Yeah. And we spoke about the strategic plan that has commenced, I think you said around December of last year, in Region F.
The implementation, yes.
With the plus 10, 10 plus strategy, etc. Am I right?
The implementation of the bed building strategy started in last year, 2024, December. The implementation thereof, but the development of the strategy started in 2023.
Now you follow that I'm talking about its implementation, right?
That's correct.
Only December last year, right?
That's correct.
And if I understood your evidence, the assessment of its impact would be done in July. Am I right?
Not necessarily, sir, Chair, because after every operation we do a debriefing, and I think in the documents we've shared, we did share the debriefing minutes of the operation in itself.
Now, I accept that to be correct, but I'm saying you are realistically going to review the total implementation strategy in July. I understood your evidence correctly. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And I just highlight the fact that by that time, the Commission should have filed its report in June. So there is on my part a little anxiety that the report will not have information that may actually be critical to say there is movement of the needle towards the correct direction. Is there a way you can accommodate me there?
We can
Even
certainly
if you give us a draft impact assessment report that we can use.
We can certainly look through the administrative process and look at, in fact, the financial year ends in June, so we may look at what interim reports could be provided based on the operations that would have conducted, and we could certainly try and focus it on at least the 4 first buildings that we are targeting in the implementation of the strategy.
Oh, one other element about consequences, for instance, of cutting out electricity, tenants then use flammable materials like paraffin, etc. Correct?
That's correct, yeah?
Which does not help the situation from a fire safety perspective, correct?
That's correct.
So, yeah, as earlier agreed, we would try to weigh up what we do in the event of that hazard and the right of the city not to provide electricity for argument's sake. You've agreed to go and look into that, am I right?
Agreed, yeah?
Yes. RISIC number 1 post office inspected by the commission. We found, for instance, there are corridors that clearly are not compliant as escape routes in the event of fire, right? You can accept that.
We can, Chair.
All right. But there is nothing stopping the city from making sure that they comply in that regard. That passages cannot be like that, and giving them the time to correct, and if they don't correct, then to do the right thing, remove them. You have that power as a city, don't you?
Yes, we do, Chair,
Yes.
in the bylaw.
Yes. Billing, which is another topic we can explore. Bylaw enforcement, you tell us, has had a history, including the attempt at creating municipal courts that would be presided by magistrates, etc. You remember that evidence?
I do, Chair.
And it is a type of evidence that says to us that at least learning from what you said was discovered cannot be done within the JMPD, who are themselves law enforcers and therefore cannot bring an unbiased mind to the adjudication of those problems. You told us that, right?
That's correct, Chair.
I want to propose that as evidence leaders, that you consider a dispute resolution method, including simpler ones like mediation, to expedite the resolution of citizen disputes. Would you have difficulties with that as a proposal?
No, we wouldn't, Chair. We already have a similar structure in the Ombudsman. I'm sure we could expand the work of the Ombudsman in the city of Johannesburg.
The Commission also had, for argument's sake, Remington, which in some way is a flagship of how a bad building can be brought to a decent standard for students in that instance. Yes?
That's correct, Chair.
But the evidence there is also that there are intractable processes that go between them as Remington and the city, where they are built far beyond the capacity of that building to even start. That requires some resolution, otherwise you are frustrating the private-public partnership that you say is part of the solution to affordable housing. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
So we must find a facilitative way of reducing the impasse in the event of billing disputes, for argument's sake. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
And I don't quite have an understanding and an appreciation of what the Ombud does and how effective that system is. Can you share light?
So, Chair, the Office of the Ombuds receives complaints across the service delivery departments from the public and conducts investigation independently, and where required, consult with the complainant, consult with the relevant department in the city, and then issue or provide recommendations to the department on how to resolve the matter. As an example, it will be a billing issue, as an example, and facilitate the resolution of that matter without going through litigation with the internal department. So it's independent from the administrative executives, but we also then track the resolution of those complaints from the public through the individual scorecards of the different departments and entities.
And what's the capacity of that?
The department is
Of the
held,
Ombuds office, sorry.
yeah, so the office is ran through an executive head with about 4 executive managers, and I think the critical one is where the Ombuds will appoint a number of investigators in the office to look at the matters and then, of course, advise. Bulk of them have a legal background in terms of investigators, then to look at all other aspects of the service delivery value chain in the city of Johannesburg.
I think where I'm getting at is, do you find that platform to be sufficiently responsive to dispute resolutions that the city has?
It is sufficient.
some complaints,
I suppose it requires a bit more support for it to be more effective, but that capacity is sufficient at the moment.
One of the ways, it would seem to me, and you can tell me differently, to resolve going through the constitutional debate of Section 25 and property rights and all of that. Are you able, from where you are, to give me information relating to, for instance, Johannesburg Sun, which has been moribund for more than 20 years? Have they been paying their rates and taxes?
If I recall, Chair, they have been, but I'll have to just go back onto the records to just verify.
Carlton Center, have they been?
Carlton Center, I know there's a backlog since some of the tenants had left, but they haven't been fully paying the account in full.
And on both, if you can in writing, tell us why ordinary legal processes cannot be employed and properly employed without going through Section 25, have those facilities as an opportunity for affordable housing. Will you do that in a separate paper?
We'll certainly do so.
Thank you. My Leonard Jr., with a master's in in law didn't know that jaywalking is an offense. And we witnessed that in Johannesburg, at least in the High Court, because I work in PJ. People in the city center cross the roads where they please. You can accept that to be true, right?
That's true, Chair.
Unhealthy in the bigger scheme of things because it's an infringement of the bylaw. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, I'm trying to think of an intervention that the use of guardrails. I see them being effective in events. Can that be explored? Just so that people know you cross at an intersection. I mean, that can be an expensive exercise. Am I right?
We can certainly look at that, Chair.
Please do. There ought to come a point in the city where we all know we only cross when the lights are green. Correct?
That's correct.
We did touch about the street lights and the cameras and the intelligence that is now being used in crime control in the city. But surely we can add more street lighting in the city to enhance the safety aspect of the inner city, no?
Yes, we can, Chair.
Can we please consider that because ultimately one doesn't want the commission to make a recommendation of that kind which cannot be realized. You look into that?
We'll certainly look into it, Chair.
Chair, it is 11 o'clock. Might I request an earlier tea and then just tidy up as when we come back?
We'll take a short adjournment and we'll reconvene at 11:15. Mr. Sminya?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Those are all the questions we have for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brickhill, do you want to take this opportunity to put any questions that you may have for Mr. Makula?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There are just two aspects that we wanted to address by way of clarification arising from our learned friends' questions.
Yes.
They relate to the ESP and to ICHIP. And I'll begin, Mr. Makula, with the ESP. Good morning to you today.
Good morning, Chair.
So the first aspect that I wanted to deal with was in relation to the 7 buildings and Mr. Mahlangu's supplementary affidavit. My learned friend for the evidence leaders, Mr. Semenya, put to you that the 371 people who've registered are only a portion of the 1,146 occupiers of that building, and so it's not a significant proportion, it's not a majority, and so on. I want to take you back to, and we can return to the ESP if needed, but yesterday we dealt with the benefits and the provision that only 50% of a household need to qualify for that entire household to receive the benefits in terms of the ESP. Do you recall that aspect of the ESP?
I do, Chair.
So it's not necessary for every member of a household individually to register in order for the household to benefit.
That's correct, Chair.
And children are not required to register.
No, not that no, they're not.
You don't expect children to queue up at the city
No,
offices
not at all, Chair.
and bring the accounts and rate certificates and the other documents that you referred to?
Not at all, Chair. I doubt they would have access to such information or documentation.
So 371 persons registering on behalf of households may well constitute, if not a majority, certainly a significant proportion.
Objection. That's conjecture.
Mr. Brickhill?
I think we've made the point. Let's move then to the practicalities of the ESP, because it appears that perhaps all of us have gotten bogged down in what has gone by in the past, who's responsible for that, whether it's the fault of occupiers for not registering, that they don't have the necessary documentation, whether it's that the city has not been adequately proactive or supportive in allowing occupiers to register and benefit. I'd like us to try and focus on solutions, because your premise, as we understood it, was, as the ESP says, those benefits are meant to reach the most vulnerable people. That includes the residents of the inner city that we are concerned with, including the residents of buildings you refer to as commercial, but that there are challenges around billing and metering. So I wanted to take the opportunity to benefit from your expertise in terms of identifying solutions to those challenges. Perhaps we can first deal with the issue of metering. Whose responsibility is it to install meters, or who has the power and the capacity to do so?
It's the responsibility of the municipality to install meters.
And what can be done as between residents of buildings and the city where the necessary metering is not in place in a building to secure that installation? What would the process involve?
There's a two-pronged approach. So the city would, through its own enforcement of the bylaws as part and parcel of the daily operations, will identify that the meter is faulty and replace, or there will be a call that is logged through the customer relations management call center of the city to either report a faulty meter, or it will be identified through the billing process, where there is an estimation on the meter, and we will then require the technical team to respond to conduct the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Makula. I think you referred to a more specific challenge or need, which is that individual households need to have individual meters in order that the ESP benefits can be divided within a building, and the appropriate rebates and subsidies can be granted. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, I think you did, but in relation to the high-rise buildings that you find in the inner city, the city only provides a single meter, which is a bulk meter for the unit, for the entire unit. Even if it's 300 units, we provide one bulk meter outside that we will then read and provide an invoice to at the end of the month. However, if the occupier or the owner of the property decides to then subdivide from the meter, that is their internal process that they will have to go to. The city does not subdivide meters into the units, as it were. So from a residential perspective, we only meter the main house, which is the main property. And same with from the electricity side. We only put in 1 meter and we meter the bulk. And if the owner decides to subdivide their property, then they have to put in the other meters, because it helps them to charge the right tenants or units with the right meters. I think the strategy now is in the property space is to put in prepaid meters for different units if you subdivide them. But the municipality is only responsible for 1 bulk meter per property.
And how is that installation of individual meters then achieved by the owner or the person in control of the property?
They would have to contract a private contractor to do that work, who's skilled in the water, electricity side of it.
Now, we've seen that one of the challenges is that the owner is often absent in these buildings. But what you do have are occupiers who, like these 371 who have registered, are asking the city, how can we access the benefits of the ESP? So that appears to be a challenge when the owner is not part of the approach to the city. Would you agree?
That's correct.
And how is that challenge to be addressed, bearing in mind that the ESP and your own evidence was that these benefits are meant to reach non-account holders?
Yeah. So, as I already indicated, it may be difficult in the current situation, based on the fact that the ownership of the property is registered as a commercial for commercial purposes, and they are receiving benefits in the form of rental that is paid, albeit that it's not paid to the rightful owner, but payment is made. So that responsibility lies with the owner of the property, and which is why we emphasize the fact of restoring the ownership to the rightful person or the legitimate or legal person, so that they are able then to implement some of these measures that I spoke about, putting in separate meters per unit and that stuff. So, yeah.
Mr. Makola, we're trying to deal with the situation where the owner is not present. The owner has disappeared, abandoned, can't be located, or is not playing an active role in the building for whatever reason. What you do have are occupiers who engage the city. Is there any reason why those occupiers cannot make an undertaking to the city to be collectively responsible for the account, subject to whatever rebates and subsidies they're entitled to in terms of the ESP?
I suppose we'd have to look at that case by case, because even if they were to agree that they collectively are going to pay, they still have to pay a single account, because there's only one account allocated to that property. So they may decide they form a resident association, they collect the rent, but that rent will still be paid into a single account that belongs to the entire property.
Yes, we're not talking about rent for the moment, but about services, rates and services.
Yes, I remember I did say the rent and the services are allocated to the property. So when you receive the account, there are 5 areas that you receive: the property rates, and then the 4 trading services: water, electricity, waste. So all of those are a single account allocated to the commercial property. If it's a commercial property, or even if it's a residential flat, it will still go to the owner of the property. So you don't have a single account per unit or per unit in the property. Yes. So hence we are saying the long term, in terms of access to ESP, would have to look at how we make the benefits of ESP go to individual people in the property. But you still have the challenge of how do you meter that service? Because as I said, it's a rebate that you receive on the account, and it's not the fact that we remove or we reduce the amount of water you receive.
Yes. Presumably that calculation would be done by viewing the account as against whatever ESP registrations there are for occupiers in that building. And on that basis, you would be able to identify what rebates the occupiers are entitled to and make those deductions from the charges.
But you'd have to have the chair. You'd have to have the meter reading of that property in order for you to be able to calculate what the amount of rebate is, and then of course credit that from the account, which would again be a single account, because we would have put in a bulk meter, and it's only through the bulk meter that we could then be able to provide a rebate, not to the individuals but to the property itself. But Chair, as I said, we would have to look at other options. I guess from ESP we've looked at what the impediment is. We'll then have to look at other options in terms of residents. But at this point, it's allocated to the commercial property, and that's where the account is.
I think we understand each other, Mr. Makula, and that's where the role of a residents association or residents committee would be essential in order to take responsibility for the single meter at the building and to divide up whatever charges are then to be levied as amongst the residents of the building. Would that be that would be part of the approach?
That would have to be part of the new approach that would have to look at. Of course, we may want to look at the administrative part and the legality of how we infuse that within the credit control policy and some of the water and electricity bylaws that we already have.
I'm with you, Mr. Makula. Among the buildings that the Commission inspected, there are buildings which have an arrangement of the sort that we've been discussing, where the residents collectively have taken responsibility and entered into an arrangement with the city. But there are others where, as we've seen, that arrangement, like the 7 buildings, that arrangement hasn't been possible, hasn't been reached. And it's there that we're looking for solutions. There's one other aspect of this, which relates to disconnections. So the owner, we have a range of scenarios, many different buildings that the Commission has looked at. But the owner is legally liable for the charges that accrue in relation to that building. Where the owner, those charges are not paid, then, as my learned friend has covered with you, disconnections of electricity and water may follow, do follow, indeed. The city disconnects many of these buildings regularly on the basis of unpaid services. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And those disconnections would take place even where, in principle, the residents, people living in the building, would qualify for the ESP. But because of the impediments that you've been explaining around metering and accessing the rebates, that hasn't happened. And so you have a disconnection of a building where residents ought to qualify for the ESP, but they haven't been able to access it. Would you accept that?
Not necessarily, Chair. As again, you go back to the owner of the account, and the owner of the account is the owner of the property. The fact that the residents themselves are able to pay, as we've already looked at that, they may not be paying the right person, and therefore the city has a contract with the owner of the property. And again, I think we've debated the accessibility and the benefits that come, which are aligned back to the account and linked to the account. So yes, the residents may well benefit, but there are impediments for them to benefit. But the account remains that of the owner.
Mm. And that's the difficulty, isn't it? Because the owner may not have applied for the ESP or requested those rebates at all. So the owner will have been charged on the ordinary basis without any rebates. And yet there are people living in the property who would be entitled to the ESP subsidies and rebates.
Well, I guess that's the debate. That the occupants may well qualify, but there has to go through the stringent process and the criteria that's already defined in the policy. And unfortunately, the property in itself, it's a commercial property, and therefore the city has a contractual obligation with the owner of the property and not the occupants, even though the occupants may have the capacity to pay. They would have to relook at, I think, the earlier suggestion you made that they will have to formally apply through the city, through an association, and of course there must be a legal process and a contractual obligation that the city must know that from here moving forward, we are now engaging with the residential property, with the association of the occupants, and that's the contractual obligation we have, because there's a possibility that even after you do make that arrangement, that they may also default and not pay, and the city must then have recourse. So in the absence of a official contract, you may not even extend those benefits, even if they may qualify for them.
Yes, yes. I can understand all of that. If this sort of approach proved feasible and could be replicated across the buildings, that would have fiscal benefits also for the city, because these residents who are currently in large numbers not paying would now be paying, even at a subsidized rate, an appropriate contribution to the city, taking into account the ESP. Would you agree with that?
It's certainly an option we would have to look at. I don't think we are, at this point, we would look at every option that's viable and that is possible, and administratively we are able to execute it. I don't think we are indifferent at looking at that as an option.
I want to put to you also that this option that we've been developing together is also consistent with the city's own policy. The ESP is meant to reach the people that it is directed at. But the city also needs to, both of those things can be achieved. The city's policies can be enforced if buildings are able to enter into arrangements of this sort through residents' associations and pay what they ought to be paying, taking into account the ESP. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we agree. I think I did agree that it's an option to look at. It's not an option that's currently available at the moment, but of course it's an option that we are willing to explore. And of course it will benefit everybody involved, and we'll certainly look at that.
And would you agree that that approach would be preferable to the current situation of disconnections, non-payment, illegal connections?
I wouldn't put the two in the same sentence, because illegal connections and connecting to electricity or water infrastructure, it's illegal in nature. So I wouldn't want to put that and put it against a strategy that may well work and be within the legal aspect. So maybe we would want to separate the illegal connections, because there we have to disconnect in terms of the bylaw. But look at the legal process. As I say, we first have to create the legal base and the contractual base for that idea to work, and then of course trial it out and then extend it if it really meets the minimum requirements that it should tick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Makola. We will explore the issue further with other witnesses and in argument. But we're grateful for your assistance on the issue. I wanted then briefly to deal with certain questions relating to ICHIP arising from my learned friend's questions. The first is concerned with its affordability. My learned friend put to you the proposition that ICHIP is unaffordable to the city, that the city does not have the 2.7 billion, I think he put it at, that ICHIP was costed at. And you didn't give detailed responses, you simply agreed with those propositions. I'd like to explore that in a little bit more detail with you. ICHIP is a multi-year program, 5-year program. Isn't that so?
That's correct, Chair.
So that costing is over that extended period. It's not for a single year.
That's correct, Chair.
What's the city's annual budget? Please remind us.
The city's annual budget is about 80 billion, including OPEX, CAPEX, and the grants.
80 billion.
80, yes, 80.
So when my learned friend put to you that the city doesn't have 2.7 billion.
No.
So when you testified, Mr. Makola, that the city does not have the 2.7 billion in response to my learned friend's question, that isn't the whole picture, is it?
So Chair, so my response was based on the fact that 2.7, and ICHIP, recall that ICHIP is a human settlements proposed budget, and therefore, if you recall my evidence yesterday, I did indicate that the bulk of the budget for at human settlement comes from National Treasury in the form of the USDG grant and the informal settlement grant. So when you respond to that question is in the context that we only provide about 20 or 25%, and that covers in the main the salaries and the operational requirements for the department. So one would then say the 2.9 billion to only just build the houses may be expensive given, or maybe too much given what the budget that we allocate to human settlements. But if you context that against the 80 billion, it goes across the different departments and entities, and it's allocated in that way.
Mr. Makula, just to be clear, ICHIP was also costed on the basis of the contributions from the national grants. So it was costed on the basis that grants would also be, those grants would also be accessed and built into the 2.9 billion. Isn't that so?
That's correct, Chair, but you'd recall that we did indicate that the inner city is not the same as the other regions because you have a problem of land. In the other regions, you don't have the problem of land. That's why you are able to do mega projects at bigger scales. But it's different when you are in Region F because you have a challenge of the piece of land. And the allocations from the grant may be very minimal compared to the allocations you would provide in other regions, whether Region D or Region A and Region B as an example, or in fact Region C.
So, Mr. Makula, I also don't want to be unfair or suggest that this is an easy matter or that this is a small amount of resources that the city can at the snap of its fingers find and deploy. But I'm trying to understand ultimately what your view is on affordability. Yesterday, in answer to questions from me, you indicated, as I understood it, that ICHIP and the costings developed there with the input from the city are viable as a starting point. They may be affordable. They would need to be updated. Inflation, increased numbers would need to be taken into account. This morning, your indication was a concern about affordability in response to my learned friend's question. I'd like to give you an opportunity to clarify and give us a sense of whether you hold to your testimony yesterday that ICHIP's costings are at least an appropriate starting point and they're not entirely unrealistic for the city.
Chair, if you recall my
Yes,
response.
Mr. Sidumedi, before you respond, Mr. Makula.
I just want to remind Makula about the context of the budget for ICHIP. The question was in the corner of saying the department is going to update, as part of it's going to update the figures, the stats on ICHIP. And you said as part of updating, as a base, at least you know you've got 2.9. You don't know the amount now, but as a base, you can at least work on 2.9 to update. Not to suggest that 2.9 is currently affordable, you can start spending 2.9 and then spend the rest of the money later on. Because what is being put to the witness now is like, no, yesterday you said 2.9 is affordable. That was not the evidence. It can be used as a basis to start updating instead of starting from scratch in terms of quantifying the ICHIP strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Brickhill.
Yes, Chair, I have no difficulty with my learned friend's characterization of the issue. That was what we understood ourselves to be putting to Mr. Makula.
Yes. Mr. Brickhill.
Chair.
You are treading on very dangerous waters. I allowed an opportunity to put questions to Mr. Makula in relation to Mr. Mahlangu's affidavit. Now you are dealing with the issue of ICHIP, which was not part of the objection that you had with advocates in me.
Chair, with great respect, this is a question arising directly from our learned friend's question around the affordability of ICHIP. And the witness has given what appear to be contradictory responses, different answers yesterday and today. I'm offering an opportunity to the witness to clarify for the benefit of the Commission.
But you are treading on dangerous waters. Limit your questions, Mr. Brickhill.
I'll do so, Chair. I have no desire to sink beneath the surface. Mr. Makula, if you'd like me to repeat the question, I can, but I hope that with Mr. Sidumedi's clarification, you understand it?
No, Chair, I understood the question very well, and I would go back to my response yesterday. Because where I started, I said, yes, that is the figure that is there at the moment, but we would have to, firstly, I did indicate that you must appreciate at the time that that figure was provided, the conditions then and the conditions now would be different. But we would then have to look at the financial viability of the city. And I recall indicating that the current position that the city finds itself financially may have an impact on that amount, but we would have to review that. And I think we both agreed that we may have to review that, and you even indicated that the strategy is reviewable every 5 years and would have to also, that includes the financial viability of that. Now, at face value, if you are asked, is this expensive? Of course, you would look at that, because in the current state where you are financially, you would understand that 2.9 is a huge amount of money to allocate to only looking at social affordable housing, because as we again said, the intention is not to just look at affordable housing. You have to look at everything in context, whether you look at the commerciality and the viability of providing social housing. And we also said we also need the private sector to come in. So, Chair, I do need to clarify that there is no contradiction in my response. We did agree that we would have to review that amount in line with the current conditions and the current financial situation of the city. At this point, if you ask me again, I would indicate that indeed it will be a huge amount of money to just say it's available and it's affordable at this point, because it's certainly not affordable, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Makola. That, I think, helpfully clarifies, and your indication that a more careful process of review would need to be undertaken on this issue in any event. Chair, there's one final issue that I do seek to address with the witness. Having received the bad buildings strategy document only, when I was on my feet yesterday and not had an opportunity to consider it until overnight, I would, with your leave, pose a couple of remaining questions in relation to that issue and its relationship to
Yes,
IG.
you may proceed.
Chair. Mr. Makola, yesterday I asked you some questions about the bad buildings strategy. I didn't yet have the document, you'll recall, and it was provided by our learned friends during the proceedings yesterday, and has now been provided, I understand, to all of the parties. I believe that's the document before you. But I won't need to take you there. My question is more at a high level. The premise of the bad buildings strategy is that there is an affordable housing crisis. There's a big context problem. Isn't that so?
That's correct, Chair.
The strategy refers to ICHIP, and I took you to those aspects yesterday.
That's correct, Chair.
But the bulk of the strategy is concerned with targeting an identified list of buildings. The 74 buildings, we haven't been provided with that annexure that contains the list, but there's a reference to 74 buildings. My learned friend dealt with that earlier with you. And prioritizing the initial 4 or 5 buildings that you had identified. Is that so?
That's correct, Chair.
So the strategy is trying to deal in concrete terms with one important piece of the problem, which is the so-called bad buildings and an identified group of them. Is that so?
No, that's not correct, Chair.
Please explain what it does seek to do then.
So if you go right to the beginning of the strategy and its base, we talk about the value chain required to resolve the bad buildings holistically. And each value chain starts, as an example, the proactive aspect of how do we identify the building before anybody complains, as currently is would have a complaint and chiefs would respond. So that's the first aspect of the strategy. What tools do we use in the current legislation and the processes of the city that we have? And we've defined that with EMS, development planning, and group finance as a key. The second phase is once you've identified, which is where you are moving in terms of the 74 buildings, chiefs will go and investigate those buildings to verify whether are those buildings affected or not. And once they are affected, of course, we will then set in motion, in parallel with legal, would look at what instruments do we then utilize to normalize the situation in these buildings. Once we've done that part, we will then indicate, once legal has obviously gone through the process, through the courts to make sure we get an eviction order or an evacuation order, we'll then plan the operation based on the legal documents that we'll have. Once we are in that space, we'll then determine whether is this a own building owned by the city or the private sector, and is it a building that we want to demolish or do we want to release to the market to then resolve the social housing aspect. So you can't do the one part and leave the other. And of course, the last part is where you restore the entire order of the building, whether through the city-owned or through the commercial aspect. So you can't do one part and leave the other, because the strategy is proactive and it's the coordination. So we are moving from what we've been doing in the past, where chiefs will go on their own, legal will move on their own, water will go and cut, electricity will cut, and that's not coordinated. So it's not possible that you could deal one part and not deal with the other.
The focus, though, of the strategy is on that set of buildings.
Not necessarily, Chair. We may have prioritized those properties based on the assessments that we've conducted, but it's not ending on those properties that you see in the list.
Let me try and be clearer. The problem is bigger than those 74 buildings.
That's
this
correct.
commission alone has inspected more buildings than that. The challenge of unsafe conditions, lack of affordable housing in the city is far bigger than the 74 buildings.
That's correct, Chair.
And at this stage, you've prioritized whether it's the 3 or the 4 initial buildings, and there's been success in implementing the operation in relation to the moth building. Isn't that so?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, I don't want to be understood to be diminishing or minimizing the importance of that piece of the city's planning. But what I want to put to you is that that set of priorities in the bad buildings strategy needs to be part of a much broader program, which I think was a feature of your earlier evidence, to deal with affordable housing, to deal with the rollout of services, to respond to inward migration and that set of challenges, which is a broader set of challenges than the 74 buildings, certainly than the 3 or 4 buildings. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, Chair. We also referred the Commission to the inner city rejuvenation or revitalization strategy, which is moves in tandem with the bad building strategy. So we're quite alive to the fact that you can't just deal with bad buildings as a challenge, because that's not your main source of your problem. That's just a symptom of a bigger urban management program that we need to be implementing, and that you find in the inner city rejuvenation long-term strategy in line with the bad building focus.
Because what I want to suggest to you is that even at this stage the city has succeeded in relation to one building, moth. Even if the city succeeds in replicating that with the 74 buildings, the broader challenges will remain, and unless they're resolved, other bad buildings will replicate.
I not necessarily agree, but I think there's also a limitation that we've raised in terms of the resources that you have in order for you to get to maximum output. As an example, we've referred to the fact that we've took a decision that we take all the resources in the other regions and focus in a single region so you can get maximum output. We also did indicate that it's not like the city is not doing anything, it's just the maximum output that you require is not there, and therefore you have to review your deployment strategy, which I think is the point, that relook at the deployment strategy in order to get maximum output from the strategies or the plans that we have put in place and that you are implementing. But we certainly agree that it will take us a much longer time to deal with the 74, and therefore reviewing your deployment strategy and plans becomes critical in this stage.
Mm-hmm. And the issues we're talking about are medium to long-term challenges, aren't they? There's a temptation to look for quick fixes, but the deeper problems are of such a scale that we're really talking in terms of many years to deal with the deeper problems. Would you agree?
That's correct, Chair, and we make that point in all our strategies and plans.
But if I put a more optimistic spin on what I'm putting to you, if we were to take the ICHIP objectives, for example, of around 10,000 units in that initial period, recognizing a need of around 30,000 households, but ICHIP accepted that that wouldn't be achievable immediately, taking around 10,000 units. If that could be achieved in parallel with the objectives in the bad buildings strategy, there would be greater chances of success in dealing with the 74 bad buildings. Would you agree with that?
So I think we had agreed that the ideals of the ICHIP, if incorporated into the bad building strategy, could in fact give us better results. And we're happy to incorporate the two documents. But of course, I must emphasize the fact that it's only in the practical application where you actually realize if you are going to make the success or the impact that you want to make. And of course, you need to review. So we've both agreed that ICHIP does require to be reviewed. If you look at what point it was developed and its implementation. And again, I think there's a limitation that, of course, it did not get to council for final approval and implementation. So you may want to review that. And I think I did indicate that the two may complement each other, and we do need to look at how we infuse the two to get the maximum output. But we agree that we do need to find a way to accelerate these gains that we are achieving and, of course, sustain them and not look at short-term gains that may take you back another 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Makola. Chair, we're indebted for the leeway. Those are our questions arising.
Thank you, Mr. Prickhill. Mr. Sidumedi, any re-examination?
Yes, please, Chair. Just one or two issues that I must just clarify.
Yes.
Mr. Makola, going back to the Mr. Mahlangu's affidavit, Mr. Prickhill put a proposition to you that, and I don't need to refer to the actual ESP policy document, that in terms of the ESP, 50% of the household, if 50% of the household qualifies, it triggers ESP. Did you remember that question?
I recall the question, John.
Now, let's go to paragraph 16 of Mr. Mahlangu's statement, 16 and 17. In paragraph 16, Mr. Mahlangu lists around about 7 buildings, right? Paragraph 17, he then says 371 occupiers. In that paragraph, does it indicate how many households per building?
No, Chair, not in this document, no.
No. Now, does the police, when you speak of 50%, is 50% of the building or 50% of the households?
It's 50% of the household, Chair.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, for what is worth, if there was, for his argument to be sustainable, he must refer to 50% of the households, not of the occupants of a building, but 50% of the households. So he must focus on, first he must identify how many households are there in the building. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Secondly, he must then say, of this household, 50% of this particular household qualifies for ESP.
That's correct, Chair.
So it is just not sufficient then to say 371 is almost 50% of the building, therefore ESP must be triggered. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Now, we have already covered, I made a note here about the installation of the meters, but I think we have already covered it that in any event, if ESP has to be applied in these buildings, we have to look at the meters per household, not for the entire building.
That's correct, Chair.
So even if an owner could apply for rebates at the city, that does not necessarily mean that it will translate into rebates for individual occupiers.
Yes.
Chair, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry to be on my feet again. Chair, this is re-examination. It's his own witness, and my learned friend is posing leading questions.
Yes. Mr. Sidumedi?
It's clarifying questions arising out of cross-examination,
Yes.
Chair, but
Rephrase your question.
I'll abandon it, Chair, for sake of progress, because
Okay.
yes. On ICHIP, just for the avoidance of doubt, is ICHIP still part of city's plans and building strategy?
It is, Chair. We have incorporated aspects of ICHIP into the bad building strategy.
So, as a matter of fact, you have not abandoned the implementation of ICHIP.
No, we haven't, Chair.
Lastly, the issue of the 74 buildings. A proposition has been put to you that the building strategy focuses on 74 buildings, right? Is there a mechanism in place to increase the number of 74 in the current building strategy document?
There is an instrument, or there is a value chain that we put in place to help us identify all problem properties in the city.
So once those additional buildings are identified, will they form part of the current strategy, or must we develop another strategy?
No, they will form part of the strategy, hence the redevelopment of the value chain.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Makola, thank you very much for having come to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Simenye, give us the direction.
Yes, Chair. I gather the next witness is Mr. Ngwane. And if indeed so, with your leave, may I ask him to come to the
Yes.
podium?
Yes,
Mr.
you may be
Ngwane,
seated.
please give us your full names.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Ditabe Uba Ngwane.
Well, it's afternoon, Mr. Ngwane, but
Oh, yeah, 7 minutes later.
yeah. Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all, Chairperson.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please do raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate earlier on I didn't even greet, I just went on to relax them. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Sidumedi.
Mr. Ngwane, there's a file in front of you that contains
This one. Okay, excellent.
There's a file in front of you that contains yours. If you just turn to page 56 of that bundle. Are you on that page 56?
Yeah, I'm on page 56, Chairperson.
I'll be taking you through the statement. I think by and large, I'll be referring to paragraph numbers instead of page numbers. But just for the record purposes, what is your current position at the city?
Chairperson, I'm the Acting Executive Director for Human Settlements in the city of Joburg.
When did you start with that position?
I started on the 6th of January 2025, but as you might be aware that during that time everyone was on leave. So practically, say on the 15th, that's when things started to roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now, before being appointed as the acting ED of Muslim, what was your substantive position within the city?
Absolutely, Chairperson. My substantive position, I am the Executive Manager for Development Planning and Facilitation in the Johannesburg Development Agency.
Okay.
Should I explain JDA, maybe?
We'll come back to, in any event, I'll be dealing with you in terms of your work experience. But for now, I just want to make it clear what your position is. All right. Let's first start with your academic qualifications. What are your qualifications?
My highest level, Chairperson, is a master's degree in urban planning from University of Pretoria. And I also have a higher diploma in development planning from Wits University. I also have an honors degree in development studies from University of Fort Hare and a junior degree, Bachelor of Arts in personnel management. Now it's being called the human resources management.
Okay. So your junior degree is HR. For now, I'm old school. Can I say HR? Or would I be offending the title?
I still old school personnel management,
Personnel management. Okay, that's fine.
as we used to call it then.
But
yeah.
in terms of at least the post qualifications, you are in a field of development planning.
Absolutely, Chairperson.
All right. Now you're still explaining to the chairperson that you are a manager at JDA. What is it that you are doing at JDA, and its relevance to what you're testifying about?
You might add executive manager.
My apologies, executive.
Thank you. So that I demonstrate that I'm not a fairly a junior level. I'm primarily responsible for project planning, project preparation, project structuring, project de-risking, conducting of pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, doing concept designs of projects that the city's departments gives to JDA for subsequent implementation or not.
Okay. Now, insofar as human settlement, because as I can understand, JDA will be doing other functions outside of human settlement, am I correct?
Absolutely.
Right. With specific reference to human settlement, what's your experience in terms of your work at JDA?
I was lucky to have been primarily responsible for pre-planning and planning and structuring and doing concept designs for a few projects that happened to where JDA was doing it on behalf of the Department of Human Settlements.
So despite you being only 3 months in this position, you look quite familiar with the issues pertaining to human settlement and its development.
Chairperson, I could confirm that with the extensive briefing that one has received and with the broader general knowledge of the development planning space in general and urban development and project development in the context of the city of Joburg, I joined the ground running.
Yeah.
I hit the ground running when I joined the Department of Human Settlements.
Okay, in actual fact, normally I don't deal with paragraph 1.3 in many statements, but I think it is just to put you at ease. Let's talk about paragraph 1.3.
Yeah.
Where you are saying where you rely on information. Where I rely on information not directly within my personal knowledge, I do so on the basis of information made available by the officials within the city. All right, especially Human Settlement Department. Am I correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, do you assure the commission that despite you being on a 2 or 3 months stint, you have done your work in terms of trying to compile information to compile the necessary information to enable you to pay the statement?
Chairperson, immediately when I took over, the city manager was clear to me that one of the major things to be done in the department was to come give submissions to the commission. So I took liberty to familiarize myself and get briefing from the department, from colleagues to work on this document and submit it with the substantive information that we tried our best to submit correct and valid information.
So despite that disclaimer, you at least have some fairly working knowledge of what is happening in the statement?
Yes.
Correct. Now, in the statement you are saying that you'll be focusing on 3 aspects, being one, the queries that were raised by the commission. There's correspondence from National Department of Human Settlement, and as well various queries raised by experts from SIRI. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
But now you then said before you deal with that, you didn't appropriate that you must take the commission through, so for context purposes, to understand the role that the department plays in the provision of human settlement. So not the city, it plays in the provision of human settlement as well as various programs that it implements. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Without necessarily, I don't want us to speak much about paragraph 2, which is the mandate of the city via human settlement. I think, Chair, the bulk of this part was actually testified upon by Mr. Peter Poppy. So if the chairperson can agree, we can just park that part, because that evidence is on record in terms of, besides, they are all legal issues in any event, in terms of the role of human settlement department via national and province.
It's your evidence, Mr. Sidumeti. Deal with it as you deem appropriate.
Okay, no, Chair, I thought I was just being mindful of time. So in this specific particular paragraph, you indicate the fact that in terms of Schedule 4, human settlement is a concurrent function between the city and the province. What is the relevance of that statement?
The intention is to demonstrate that the human settlement function is a concurrent function between the three spheres of government. The national department design policies and legislative reforms that guides human settlements. The provincial and also allocates funding to accredited structures. The provincial government comes into the picture through the funding mechanism and related policies to deal with the top structure. Then the accredited cities, you have 3 levels of accreditation. You have 3 levels of accreditation. When you are accredited as a city, I think City of Joburg is accredited level 2.
Maybe let's go that to paragraph 3 of your statement, headed accreditation of the city.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So on 3.2, are those the 3 levels that you're talking about?
Yeah, those are the 3 levels that I'm talking about. So then, like I indicated, national department is responsible for policy directive and funding mechanism. At the provincial level, province is responsible for the policy directive as well as the funding for the top structure.
Yes.
And then at the local government level, depending on the level of accreditation, you are responsible for public infrastructure, administration, and the implementation of policy.
All right. Now, when you look at your paragraph 3.3, you make a point that the city is a level 2 institution, right, or accredited as a level 2. What is the significance of that for the purpose of what you are dealing with today?
The accreditation historically started in around 2005, 6, 7, and most of the metros were accredited during around 2008. So when the City of Joburg is accredited level 2, meaning therefore that certain policy directive flies directly from national to the city, including the funding mechanism, including amongst others the Urban Development Settlement Grant, which is a total funding mechanism, as well as the Informal Settlement Grant. In other municipalities that are not credited, that function retains and remains with the province. But the top structure, it remains a provincial function in this level of accreditation.
Just for the benefit of people who might not be familiar with the language of human, what is top structure?
Oh, it's a house, a house on top of the infrastructure that we have developed, be it an RDP house, be it various typologies.
Okay, because that's the point, because on paragraph 3.4, you make a point that the city is responsible for the bulk infrastructure. That's the underground structure.
Yeah, the bulk infrastructure is underground, but some of the bulk it's also above ground, like your stormwater management, as well as the roads, but and your substations, mini subs,
Correct.
that you see, reservoirs that you see, pump stations that you see, but then mostly it's underground. Your electricity infrastructure is underground, sewer is underground, etc.
Okay. Right. Now, based on that accreditation, then you then say in paragraph 4 that there are various programs or instruments that the department uses to give effect to that to its mandate and accreditation. Can you see that?
Absolutely, Chairperson.
You make a point that you list on about 10 or so of the program. What are these programs? Can you just explain to the chair what you mean by these 10 programs?
Yeah. As a function of the accreditation level, then you will then be accredited to implement some, depending on the number of factors: configuration, spatial policy, direction of growth, proposed densification, unique factors like space available. Then you could play around the various instruments that we're having here. I can go through them all, but I just want to sample those that I kind of directly responsible
Okay,
for
I'll
the
take you
city.
through
Yeah.
some of them. Let's talk about the first one.
Mhm.
What is the Integrated Residential Development Program?
Yeah. This is one of the interventions that it's even gaining traction recently. You might even hear during the State of the Nation address where the president announces that the target is to have 300,000 allocated service stands, where people acquire service stands. What is a service stand? So service stand is a stand that is the way the necessary reticulation infrastructure it's in place, meaning there's a electrical point of connection, there's water point of connection, there's internal roads, there's a sewer connection, then there's water connection, so that people can therefore build their own houses.
Okay.
So when it started way back, we used to call it site and services scheme. So the intention is for the municipalities then to offer these service sites. So that's the philosophy and the thinking around
Is
it.
it a program or is it a grant? Because I wonder, as we go along, we need to make a distinction between a program and a grant, because issues of grants are quite important for the purpose of what we'll be talking about.
Yeah. We use the infrastructure grant to develop the site so that they can be ready for typologies of program, be it integrated residential development or other programs that I'm highlighting.
All right.
Yeah.
Then the second one that I want us to talk about is the upgrading of, and I want us to spend some little bit of time on this one, the UISP. What is the UISP?
USP is one of the key strategic interventions that the national government, through the NASP policy, National Urban Informal Settlement Upgrade Program, meant to intervene to, should I say, eradicate the perennial problem of informal settlements in our cities. So it's a national policy directive implemented by cities through a funded mechanism of a grant called ISUDG, Informal Settlement Partnership Upgrade Grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, why I wanted us to spend some time on it, because reference to informal, can you just explain to the chair and commission, when we refer to informal settlement, what are we referring to?
We're referring to settlements that, by their nature, have been formed without subjecting, let me say it's a residential development that by nature hasn't necessarily followed your normal development-related processes. So by nature, it can be as a result of land invasion, as a result of expansion, as a result of informality of some sort. So you find that this is the areas that have just developed as a function of urban development pressures. But in most cases, you find them they are in a land that is undevelopable, in a risky area, in dolomitic area, in floodlines, because those lands are not necessarily areas that we could be developing.
Okay. No, English sometimes is a problem. Is what is called mikuku or shacks.
Yeah, we call them mikuku in shacks. But the generally accepted definition is informal settlements.
Why I'm focusing on a terminology, because one of the queries that will arise from my colleagues from SERI is that why are you not using this grant to deal with the shacks in the bad buildings?
If you, Chairperson, if you look at the grant conditions and the ISUPG, the informal settlement partnership grant that we receive, it's very much clear in terms of the definition and locality of where you need to use the grant to make interventions in the informal settlement. So informal structures that are existing in a multi-stack building, they are not necessarily consistent with the grant framework. So we can't use the grant framework resources to deal with informality that exists in the urban core in that structure. So we are limited by the grant conditions and the grant framework.
Okay. So in essence, you are saying, even if you had like USP cannot be used to resolve the issue of shacks in the bed buildings.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, we'll talk about emergency housing later on because we specific reference to the correspondence that was received from national. But at a high level, what is this emergency housing program?
By nature, emergency happen for a number of reasons, especially in any areas, be it formal or informal. Floods, fire, sometimes even unprecedented violence, and it causes people to be displaced. That warrants some form of intervention. So the national government has made funding for emergency intervention and housing when there's emergency that are requiring intervention at that particular given point in time.
You made use of the phrase emergency.
Yeah.
Can this grant or program be accessed prior to an emergency occurring?
Pardon?
Can the emergency housing program or grant be triggered before an emergency takes place? Or is it after the emergency?
You trigger it after the emergency has basically transpired.
Is there any option of using an emergency grant for something that was never applied for?
When you apply for emergency grant, you submit a comprehensive business plans that gets approved on its strength, merits, and the nature of emergency. So it's a grant specific. You can't divert it, Chairperson, to use it for any other purpose except what is you've been applied for, and it's getting ring fenced for that specific purpose in mind. Like what's happening now in KZN. I mean, I saw the minister this morning pronouncing that they will be making a lot of emergency fund as a result of the floods that are happening now in KZN.
All right. Then that's why you make a point in paragraph 4.3 when you make reference to DORA. What is the relevance of bringing to the attention section 16.1 of DORA? 4.3.
Yeah.
You draw the Commission's attention to section 16.1 of DORA. How does that relate to what you've been talking about now?
Absolutely. DORA means the Division of Revenue Act. It's an annual appropriation act that gives allocations to cities and even municipalities and provinces. So every grant that we receive, it's very clear that it's for a particular purpose. This, as it raises here, the allocation, it's meant for a particular purpose, and it's accompanied by what you call the grant framework and performance indicators and a comprehensive submission of a business plan. So any deviation from the grant objectives, it's frowned at by the National Treasury.
Okay. So now those are the instruments. Then you make a point that, and I think this is what Mr. Makola has always covered earlier on, to say we are not solely reliant on grants. Does the city make provision as well for make budget provisions out of its own coffers for human settlement purposes?
With my limited understanding since I joined the department, yes, the city does make a budgetary allocations. In fact, we are now in the budgeting cycle for 2025-6 financial year. Where we assessing the multi-year grants that we are receiving from national government, mainly the 2 grants, but also what comes in from the city to the department so that we can implement the program. So the answer is yes, the city does make resources for Human Settlements Department.
All right. Before we get into the next segment about TAs, I think we can't be oblivious to the issues of the building strategy. Mr. Makola testified about the building strategy. In actual fact, even in your statement later on, you do make reference to it. But I think it is opportune at this stage to talk about this building strategy, insofar as it relates to human settlement. Right?
You're referring to the bed buildings, I think.
My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Bed building
Oh, okay.
strategy. My
Yeah.
apologies.
I wasn't getting attention.
To the, just first from an orientation point of view, Chair, you'll recall yesterday, Mr. Prickle did bring to our attention that Annexure ON5 was blank. It has now been indeed, that issue has been rectified by the insertion of paragraph is 107.1. It's already on your bundle as well, Chair. I'll just explain to you the relationship between these 2 documents. So from paragraph 107.14 until 107.25 is one document. I'll explain what that document is. And then thereafter is 107.26 and the following. That is the actual bed building strategy that Advocate Prickle made reference to yesterday. But you'll recall,
Yes.
as what Mr. Tolle made reference to another document, that's page 1071. Now, can you just explain to the chair? I know you might not have been there. First, are you aware of the bed building strategy?
The bed building strategy is one of the documents that I was exposed to when I joined the city chairperson.
All right. Now, the document that appears on page 107.1. 107.1,
This one.
that one. Yeah, I think you can, that one. It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Can you see that? It ends at page 107.25.
Mm.
Do you know what this document is, sir?
Yes, Chairperson, I can confirm I've been exposed to the document.
So you can just explain to the chairperson what's the relationship between this document and the overall bed building strategy.
I've been exposed to the fact that this document was informed largely, it's a departmental approach or a strategy based on the citywide framework and strategy of bed buildings. If you look at the bed building strategy of the city chairperson, I think the Department of Human Settlement is number 4 of one of the key major departments that need to be a key stakeholder in that. So each and every department framed their interventions consistent with the framework and the strategy basis. So this is the departmental response to the bed buildings strategy in the city, focusing on the human settlements component of the bed building strategy.
Correct. In actual fact, if you go to page, so this is the department's input into the strategy.
Absolutely, Chairperson.
Now, when you go to page 107.48, headed 6.1, there is paragraph 6 deals with value chains. Can you see that? 107.48.
Oh, yes.
That whole section up until, I'll stop using 107, I'll just use the numbers after the digit. up to page 57. Those pages are a reflection of what appears on page 107.1.
I agree, Chairperson.
All right. Now, let's now so whatever is contained in 1071, found expression in the value chain as exposed in the policy
I agree,
or in the
Chairperson.
statute document.
I agree, Chairperson.
Now, I don't want to go into the detail of the statute itself, but there are two issues that I want us to interrogate. And I'll use page 1076.
1076.
This page 1076 finds expression in the actual document as well, right? Now, the question is, Mr. Makwala has already testified about the fact that currently the strategy makes reference to 74 or so buildings that you are currently dealing with, all right? You
Yes.
recall that evidence, and you confirm that.
I confirm that, Chairperson.
All right, we'll deal with the additional buildings. Now, correctly so, there are many, many other bad buildings within the city. Can you just explain to the chair on what basis did your department select or identify these 6 or so buildings as a part of phase 1, if I can use phase 1, or to kick off the implementation of the strategy?
I would assume that when the department chose the following buildings were largely based on the character, content, definition, and the agency of the typologies of interventions and the nature and the profiling, the risk profiling of this building. If you look at them, they have a common thread among them all. They are, should I use the word hijacked? They are.
For the record, you are allowed to use the term hijacked as understood, of course, by the city.
Thank you for that clarity. Yeah, so they have a common thread that these were fairly hijacked, unsafe, and illegally occupied buildings that posed a significant amount of threat to the residences that are staying in. So that is the criteria that was used. But this is where the city was the department was intending to start.
Okay.
At least the intention was to start. Somewhere we must start.
Correct. Why, when you say to start, I mean, was that in any way suggesting that the other bad buildings or hijacked buildings are insignificant?
Absolutely no, Chairperson. What I'm submitting to the commission is that the profile buildings, they all represent a significant amount of dangers and unsafety. But at least there must be a point of start.
Correct.
Moth is an example of how the citizens make an intervention.
Okay. Mr. Makola spoke about the fact that currently officials of the city are on the ground as part and parcel of implementing the strategy. Can you just explain to the commission what is the role, if any, of the Department of Human Settlement in the current operations?
Absolutely. Chairperson, my department, since the beginning of this month, we are on a campaign to profile, audit, and register firstly profile the buildings, get to know the residents, formally register them with the help of human home affairs, make necessary intervention. So my department is primarily responsible for assessment of the structural integrity, who are the residents in the buildings, their economic status, their legislative status in a country in case they are not, their level of indigence and support measures. That's exactly what the department is doing currently as we're talking right now. So that we can have a profile of the demographics of the people that are staying in the buildings.
All right. In terms of the buildings, are you limiting yourself to the 5, the 74, or what? We need to understand the scope of your current work.
Currently, the plan that we have adopted has adopted more of a regional, a ward-based approach. We are dealing with Ward 57, year after Ward 58, year after Ward 101. So it is in that order because the 74 or so bed buildings are scattered all over the wards of the city. So we are adopting a ward-based approach. And according to the city manager, it's going to be a long program that the city is intending to sustain.
During our meeting, I had asked you to provide me with a plan of these ward approaches that you're dealing with so that we can make it available to the commission. You had some reservations about that. What is the reason you're not availing to the commission the program or just a list or plan of what you're doing?
This is how, Chairperson, this is how especially for my department, we deliberately release the buildings that are going to be visited almost 2 hours before the actual visit. Largely because if you announce it a day before, chances of getting access to the buildings will be almost limited. Building will be locked and almost like a vacant, and you'd know building manager, you would not know who to be held accountable, you will not compile the audit and verification of the owners and the dwellers. You will not have a profile of the building if you were to release the information. So every day at around 7 o'clock in the morning, Chairperson, that's when I release through the executive director for urban management to say, today we are going into this ward. In this ward, we are specifically going to be targeting the following buildings.
So is the department the custodian of the list of targeted buildings?
Yes.
Would you take issue, because I know you're not a lawyer, but I think as lawyers we take comfort with privilege amongst ourselves. So would you take issue if the chair and commissioner request that at least for your eyes only, that we provide the commission at least with that list, not for public consumption, of course?
That can be done, Chairperson. I was just going through the list. As I was sitting here, I was getting updates on what's happening in the buildings that the team have visited today. Later on, if the commission is interested, we could share the experiences of what the colleagues that are doing the audit and verification are actually experiencing.
Now, I want to make a request on behalf of the commission without a mandate, that can you please at least avail, I understand the sensitivities around the list, but if at least the commission can be provided with the list of the buildings that you will be visiting in the coming days.
And those that we have visited?
It can be those that we visited and those that are being planned to be visited. Chair, I request that to understand that my colleagues would want the list, the chair must place an embargo.
Yes.
That list must not be widely circulated because obviously, like the witness has said, it has an impact on.
Mr. Nkwana would appreciate if that list can be made available to the commission. How soon can it be made available?
I'll immediately request my office to together with the Office of the Urban Management in the city, to compile the list for the next few weeks.
Yes, and the one that you have already visited.
Chair, in anticipation of Mr. Blakehill's request for access or Ms. Sithole, can you please make a directive that thou shall not release that
Yes.
list beyond?
This list is for the commission's work and may not be shared with any other person, Mr. Prikil and Ms. Sithole.
Chairperson, we understand that ruling. We would then limit ourselves to taking instructions from our immediate clients, but not share the document more broadly
Yes.
than that.
Yes. Ms. Sithole?
Chair, we understand that and will not share the list.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Nkwan, I won't take you through the departmental inputs on the strategy. I think as we navigate through various paragraphs, I think there will be cross-referencing to some of the buildings that you're talking about. But let's now go to paragraph 5 of your statement. You made a point in paragraph 5.1 that previously there was evidence led regarding the TA policy. Can you confirm if that TA policy is still applicable within the municipality?
That the T policy is still applicable. If I can just go further to even explain further that it is part of the ICHIP.
Correct. Now, insofar as the number of TAs are concerned, all right, in paragraph 5.2, you make the point that you raise or you bring to attention the number of TAs that are there in existence. Can you see that?
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Makola, in his evidence, I think it was under cross, he didn't want to tie himself to a number, but he made an estimate of 14 or 15 TAs. Do you remember that?
I remember that, Chairperson.
Now, can you confirm, in regard to paragraph 5.2, what is the exact number of TAs that are in existence within the city?
Chairperson, I can confirm that at this stage we're having 9 temporary emergency accommodation.
As reflected in table 1 of your statement.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, like Ms. Tolle had said, the TAs, these TAs, whether it's 14 or 9, they are not sufficient to cater for the needs that they're in Region F. Are there any plans afoot to increase the number of TAs? With specific reference to paragraph 8.3.
8.3.
No, 5.3, my apologies.
Pardon? 5.3.
Yes.
Chairperson, I can start with the project that the department is undertaking to increase the tea footprint in the city. The following projects are being planned and executed by our mother body, our implementing agency called the Johannesburg Development Agency. These are the projects that, before I came into this position, I was practically responsible for them. I was the executive in charge of these four projects on the tea. The first one is Merrily House. All of them, they are in the city. Then this is how the processes work.
So when you say they are in the city, what do you mean?
Inner city.
Inner city, correct. In the CBD.
Yeah, they are in Region F,
Correct.
and especially in the inner city.
Correct.
Region F is fairly big.
Yeah.
So I'm specifically saying these are the projects that are in the inner city. So this, if you look at these facilities, if I talk about Merrily House as an example, this is an old existing structure that Johannesburg Property acquired on behalf of Department of Human Settlements. After the properties belonging to the city, they gave it to JDA to do the planning, almost up to construction if the resources are available. So before I joined the department, I was primarily responsible for appointing team of consultants, the built environment experts, who are going to be looking to do a conditional assessment, do the rezoning, package, restructure, redevelop and come up with options for repurposing the Merili House to become a T. So is City and Suburban and Lorenzoville, as well as GP's Town. I might as well add that as early as last week, I wrote a letter to the Department of JPC requiring additional properties that we could use as T's for the same purposes. So we're wanting to increase the footprint of T's, especially in the inner city. So these are the 4 projects that we are currently developing with the sole objective of developing the T's.
When Mr. Poppy testified last year about these very same 4 projects, they were still at their embryonic stage.
Absolutely.
Tenders were not issued in some of them. So are you able to update the commission as to where are we?
Yeah.
Because we can't last year, January, speak about Merili House and City Urban as future plans. A year later, we are still taking them as if it's nothing has moved. Can you just take the commission to your confidence and explain where are we in the finalization of these 4 buildings?
Excellent. Let me start with Merili House. Merili House, the intention is to yield 200 potential T's. Accommodation that ranges from a 3-bedroom from 1 to 3-bedroom apartment. The Chairperson, the built environment is characterized by 6 stages of project life cycle. So we did the stage 1, which is a pre-feasibility on Merili. We did stage 2, which is a feasibility. We did the stage 3, which is a concept design, including the potential funding mix. City and Suburban.
So on that one, in English, what does it mean? If I've got an interest in seeing when will the residents in bed buildings at least have an opportunity to access any of these TAs. So where are we? When you say project 3, is your technical phraseology. We want to say practically what does it mean for the people on the ground.
Yes. So with Merili, we did a concept to say this is ideally how the building would look like. Then from there we subjected to the architecture and engineers to now do a detailed design. From there, I need to go to the city to go and seek the budget for the implementation of the T. So that's exactly what the Merili House is at. City and Suburban, we also did a comprehensive.
Has the budget been approved?
No, the budget for planning, it's there. So this is the time now to go to seek for the budget for at least next 3 years or 2 years max to get the budget to build, to now construct this, the temporary emergency accommodation on the strength of the plans that we have.
Yes, has that been approved?
No, not yet. The budgeting cycle for the next 3 years starts now. It's going to be approved in May, if I'm correct.
So by May, because you said for now the city has made available the budget for planning.
Yes, Chairperson.
That one has been approved, and you are implementing that budget for the planning.
Yes.
Now the chair is asking, planning, we hear the planning. Now the actual implementation of the plans.
Yeah.
You are saying we're at a stage where now that must still be approved. Where is that process? In May, what is happening in May? Will the May budget cycle include the implementation of Merili House?
We'll make budgetary submission to the city's decision makers to consider funding the implementation of this project. My job is to make a budgetary submission. Decision makers, as the city manager said, prioritize, and then they allocate funding accordingly. Okay. But I've made a commitment to the team that I'm going to make a submission. Even as early as yesterday, when I left there, I went to the team of those planners. I said, get your ducks in a row. I am going to want funding, especially for those that are almost ready to go into implementation, which is Merrily and City and Suburban.
Okay. So Merrily, City and Suburban are ready for implementation, not implement for acquisition of budget to implement.
To implement, like to do the real construction work.
All right. And then Lawrenceville,
Lorenzoville would want to spend the remaining 8 months doing the final planning in terms of getting all your compliance, town planning, zoning, traffic impact assessment, bulk contributions, measuring electricity capacity, all your built environment related compliance. So given a chance, I would love to see it being funded when we do the mid-year budget adjustment in the next financial year.
when is the mid-year budget adjustment?
It's in next year, January.
So that's when you are planning that Lawrenceville must form part of that budget.
Absolutely. I would love to see that. It's my ambition at this stage.
Okay. GP's Town?
GP's Town is at the same level as Lorenzoville, where we need to do the submission of the building plans, and then we also fund the implementation during the mid-year budget adjustment.
Okay. Now, those are the buildings that Mr. Pupi put it on last year, right?
Yes.
And you are now reporting where are we in terms of the completion of those issues. Now, you made a point in paragraph 5.4 about buildings that you have acquired. Can you just explain to the Commission what are you doing about them?
Yes. Yeah. We always in the lookout, Chairperson. As the city manager explained, that we always in the lookout and we call private sector to participate in the acquisition of temporary building. So these are the buildings that we have acquired from private sector that we really needed to repurpose them and restructure them and construct them to become a decent, appropriate emergency housing. So Stella mentioned and Park Chambers, they're just around the corner next to Moth building because they are in a precinct. Yeah. The intention is to really develop a residential precinct and around that area. So the planning process for that, as city manager explained yesterday, is led by the implementing agency, Joshko.
So where are we with regard to Stella mentioned? You said we have acquired them.
Yeah, we've acquired them.
Where are we in terms of getting them ready to deliver the purpose for which they are intended?
I'm pretty much uncertain at this stage because that is the responsibility of Joshko. They are best placed. I think they are coming, not sure when, Chairperson, can give a proper account on the execution, on the planning and execution of this planning process.
Also, are these are they targeted for social housing? Because I hear you speaking about Joshko. Are you suggesting that these two are targeted for social housing?
What I'm saying is that currently they are planning and designing on the behalf of the department for an alternative residential typology. A decision could be made that maybe Stella Mansion be a T, and then Park Chambers be a social housing. So that is the comprehensive plan that they are developing that is going to be recently approved. But they are best placed to give the technical details on it as the implementing agents.
And then we make reference to table 4 about other due diligence that are in progress. Yes. What do you mean when you speak of the due diligence on these 6 properties? Absolutely.
Remember, Chairperson, I'm emphasizing that, as the city manager also explained, and our colleagues from SERI, they're emphasizing the fact that we don't have enough temporary emergency accommodation in the city. Let me give you statistics. Those who walk in demanding, even the word demand is not necessarily requesting the emergency accommodation. Currently, we're sitting at around 4,200 families in need of temporary emergency accommodation due to the evictions, lots of evictions that are happening in terms of this. So when you were
So the 4,200, is that
house,
inner household in the inner city or citywide?
this is citywide.
Okay. So citywide, you've got 4,200 households that are in need of TAs.
Households, yes.
Correct. Now explain, because for the purpose of the commission, I think we've been preoccupied with the TAs in the inner city arising out of the bad buildings. Can you just give us a context of this 4.2? How does it arise?
4.2 chairpersons, it's multiple types of evictions that happens all over the city. I can give you an examples of a few, especially the one that I dealt with chairperson. I had to go to the magistrate court almost 2 weeks ago to explain to the magistrate court almost the same principle of what is a T and how it operates. Young lady with 2 kids got a job in one of the ICT company somewhere around the Rosebank. She's staying in Hillbrow, Berea. She lost her job. Kids are registered in the school locally. The owner of the building is evicting her. So by law, the city must then find an alternative accommodation. I had to go to court to explain almost the same. So we don't have the facility at this point in time, but what are we doing about it? We explained the fact that we are now planning, packaging, seeking funding to create additional TEA stock. So it's a lot of them of similar cases.
So the point here being that your planning of TAs and budget is not only limited to the challenges around the inner city residents.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Chair, I would suggest that we have a
Yes.
lunch.
I think this is an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Sidumedi?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I resume with the evidence of Mr. Nkwani, I omitted to admit or request the indulgence to admit Mr. Nkwani, Mr. Makola's statement.
As exhibit.
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
So we have run out of initials, so we have devised some new way to, it's going to be CT1. So for the purpose of this part B, all the evidence or statements of the CT1.
So it will be admitted as exhibit what?
CT1. CT is because we have run out of
One. Okay.
Yes. And
Yes. The statement of Mr. Macaulay is admitted into evidence as exhibit CT1.
Thank you, Chair. And in addition to that, Chair, there were some exhibits that were added. You'll recall
Yes.
that Mr. Macaulay referred to operational plans and minutes of whatever that is currently happening on the ground. So that will be an attachment to statement. We'll call it TM1.
M1.
TM1. What's happening, Macaulay? But it's an attachment to CT1. I see, Mr.
It might just confuse
Okay.
the other T exhibits. Maybe CT 1.1, CT 1.2,
1.1, CT, exhibit CT 1.1, CT 1.2.
Thank you very much for the assistance. Okay, thanks, Chair. Mr. Biggin has just clarified to me that these are, you'll recall that when it was in the witness box, a request was made that all these that are talking about, where do we have, what are the documents that supports what you're talking about? As an example, you have been on an operation, is an operational plan. That's what was asked by Mr. Preki as an example. Is there
Yes.
a plan that you are using to do what you are doing last year? So it is that document, Mr. Through you, Chair, it is a plan by the city that identifies the buildings last year, not the current now, last year that led to the moth evacuation, the plans that they had to take people to flee off in the minutes. It is that document, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Brickhill?
Sorry, Chair. Thank you to my learned friend for that clarification. It's just that we are not yet in possession of those documents, as far as I understand.
Yes, just a bit. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, for that indulgence. Mr. Nkwani? And there will come a chairperson proceedings. Before we close out that topic around, there are two things that, before we close out the topic of the TAs, two things that I want us to canvass. One is the prevalence of bed, before we deal with the management of the TA, let us deal with the management of the TAs. Evidence has been laid before this commission that even those TAs that the city manages are actually in a bad state. Reference was made to moth. It was not a bad state, that it was actually even hijacked. Now, those are the TAs established by the city and are supposed to be managed by the city. Can you please explain what went wrong? How did it happen that a TA that you have established has now fallen into disrepair?
Indeed, Chairperson, I can concede to the Commission that even the Ts that we have, from the reading that I have, and then from the personal visits to the buildings, to the Ts that we have were badly managed, to the extent that T is supposed to be temporary. If in terms of the policy, 6 months later, there must be a review to assess your status. If there's been any changes, especially from an income point of view, then you should be exited, go to other typologies of the city's offering. Mostly should be your rental stock. That wasn't done. Second problem, access control of the facilities. So anyone could just come in, could just get out. Third problem, the lessee left and became a renter somewhere else and then rented the facility. So it was a kind of a money-making scheme. But lastly, then the moth building type, where they degenerated and informality then exited, where they literally subdivided and yeah. So I'm just demonstrating the problem of what transpired in some of these T's. What caused the problem? From where I'm sitting, the basics of facilities management were not part of the network or the DNA of the department. What are we doing about it? I can talk more about what we're doing if that's
Yes,
what the plan is
that's
all
exactly
about.
what, because we can't come to the commission and repeat the very same errors that happened in the past. So if you can just explain to the commission, whilst you acknowledge that there was poor management, because let's first accept the poor management is on the part of the city. Am I correct? It's not like this was managed by somebody from outside of the city.
Correct, Chairperson.
In particular, what has been, if any, the role of the Department of Human Settlement in the management of these TAs? Is it the department or some other department?
The department have a subdivision called stock and asset management. The position has been vacant, I'm told, for the past 6 years or so. It's now only recent, and it's underneath subsequent reportees are also vacant. So this is the department that is primarily responsible for facilities management, stock management, and asset management, basically. So that portfolio was never filled with the credible colleagues to do the works. What are we doing? At least through the funding, it has been advertised. We wanting to shortlist and subsequently fill up all the underneath position. We're starting with the head of the department, the director, and then from there we come down to fill up all the critical positions related to asset, stock management, and facilities management in the department.
When was that position advertised?
By the look of things, it was advertised before even I joined the department. It was advertised in November last year. Okay. So since I've joined, I'm in the process of shortlisting and subsequently appointing.
Okay. Speaking of which, it might be an unfair question to you. I should have asked this question actually to Mr. Makola, because you yourself, you are acting in that position of ED, human settlement. Are you able to share with the commission where is the process of filling up that position of human settlement, ED?
I'm not in a better position to answer that question. But what I know of is that my acting chairperson is for 3 months. Mm. So it started in January. It's ending in
end of March.
In the next 3 weeks.
Correct.
No. In the next 3 weeks, my...
That seems to shock you.
The way time moved so fast, Chairperson, I thought I still have lots of time for ideas and concept and programs that one is having.
Okay, that's right. But the point is, are you aware if the city, there's a process underway to sort out the issue of the permanent position of the ED human settlement?
Chairperson, I would assume that the process is underway and the city manager is best placed to advise on that one.
All
Thank you.
So you spoke of the filling of vacancy for the TA stock management position.
Yeah.
Is that the only intervention that is required to resolve the management of TAs?
That is not the only position. It's not the only intervention that we're making to deal more with the management of TAs. But that is the main one, so that you have the capacity at least to manage the program. The second part is that we're partnering with, we've signed an SLA with Joshko, our implementing agency, to appoint what you call the BMC, Building Management Companies. Essentially, we will then be doing the facilities management. We are now reviewing the SLA with a JDA so that they can go to the next stages of planning of the Ts. We are also now engaging with a JPC so that they can allocate additional potential sites or structures that exist that could potentially be refurbished, repackaged, restructured, and repurposed as potential TAs. Okay. But I'm in the interim, also I'm building the capacity in the department. The JPC, JDA, and Joshko are essentially helping in the interim.
Okay. So you spoke of Joshko being appointed. When was Joshko appointed as a BMC?
I've signed the SLA 3 weeks ago with Joshko. Yesterday, at least they confirmed that they've already appointed the 2 companies that will be the building management companies. What are they going to do? Like I described, facilities management, and a 10K facilities management for all our projects that we have.
Okay. Yes, because I was worried when I was saying appointing Joshko, we have heard earlier on during Makola's testimony that Joshko itself, it has its own challenges in terms of revenue collection and its solvency. So you are saying this function will be outsourced by Joshko to other private companies?
Absolutely.
Correct. Now, the issue of the prevalence of bad buildings, because we do accept that the bad buildings or the prevalence thereof is not necessarily a human settlement problem only, because the other bad buildings could be commercial in nature.
Absolutely.
Now, from a human settlement perspective, what is that you can share with the Commission in terms of getting a grip on the prevalence of bad buildings, at least that are human settlement within Region F? Do you have information on the prevalence of bad buildings in Region F?
The Chairperson, the bad buildings as a concept, it's not static. The bad buildings can exist today. 1 year or 6 months later, it could be worse off, or it could be developed. I had the liberty of interviewing, or just have a session with the guy who bought a building, and it was subsequently hijacked. Just wanting to understand, there's a new player within my 2-month stay. And the genesis of how finally and subsequently the buildings becomes hijacked. It's a discussion for another day. But what we have started, at least for now, is to, currently as I'm talking, a team of in my department every day for the past 2 weeks, started last week, Wednesday at least, they are now on site doing an assessment, occupational registration, qualifications, and documentation of people and of residents in buildings that have been profiled as bad building. What will this process result in? It will result with the creation of a almost recent, reliable, up-to-date database of the bad buildings in Region F, to be very specific. And I must also emphasize that you don't necessarily have bad buildings only in the inner city. Even in other strategic urban nodes where you have high densification of typologies of certain settlements, you have almost seeing the area gravitating towards the becoming bad buildings. If there isn't any strategic focus and dedicated urban management in those interventions. So the exercise that we're doing right now, would result in a credible, reliable database. But they've picked up a snack that was raised with me yesterday, Chairperson. And there's even a proposal to that effect. One of the proposals is that they literally visit the identified buildings on Saturdays. Because during the week, either buildings are locked, people have gone to work, or somehow the building manager has locked the building for the colleagues, the team, to access. But where we have access, we have a form that colleagues have filled. It gives credible information about the occupants, occupancy level, number of people who stays there, their well-being, how much they are paying. So when we compile this report, and then it will be shared. Yeah.
So the point here being, we know for a fact evidence has been laid in the commission that GFIS had a list of the buildings that they had identified as either bad buildings or hijacked buildings, right? There's that list.
Yeah.
The commission, for the better part of last year, embarked on investigations or assessments of buildings, where as well there was some form of reports that were confirming either the building is hijacked, bad, or whatever the status is, right? So that was last year. Now what I want to understand is your current program that you are embarking upon, what impact, if any, would they have in assisting the commission to have a firm grip on the prevalence of bad buildings within Region F?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like I said, Chairperson, it will give a concise, up-to-date database of the prevalence of the bad buildings in Region F. The Commission requested a list of buildings that are subsequently on a program. Mm-hmm. I can confirm I've just received it during a lunchtime. It will accordingly be shared.
Yes. But that will be the list of that which you have inspected to date. But for the Commission to compile their report, because part of its mandate is that they must advise the Premier on the prevalence of hijacked buildings in Region F. So the question is, to what extent will your current exercise provide a most up-to-date report or stats on the prevalence of bad buildings in Region F?
That is the intention of this report.
Okay.
It will provide that.
Because I heard you speaking about Human Settlement just providing, determining the profile of the occupants. What about the structural integrity and other compliance with other bylaws? How is that aspect being taken care of by the current process?
There's a team of building control officers, engineers from the department, and the auditors from the Department of Human Settlements. When they go to a building, assess its structural, together with the colleagues from building control, they assess its structural integrity, just an observation without necessarily going into engineering the technical issues, safetiness, accessibility.
What you are intending to do or what you have done.
This is currently what we're doing.
Now, let's try to assist the commission. So the commission finalized her report, right? How can we assist the commission to ensure that at least by the time the chair writes her report, there will be a sense of the work done by the department in determining the prevalence? I accept might not necessarily be a complete, but in determining the prevalence of the bad building.
Absolutely. Chairperson, we could deliver a report that indicate the prevalence of and the magnitude and all other facets of bad buildings in the city as audited and visited and conducted by the department.
You need to ask this around.
By when?
By the end of May?
That's when we write the report.
Maybe just to assist the chair, because that's exactly where I was getting to, Chair. Every week, maybe let's be practical. On average, per day, how many buildings do you inspect? Average. I accept that depends on a variety of factors, but on average, let's use averages for now. on a daily basis, on average, how many buildings are being inspected?
I'll give an example of yesterday. 3 buildings were visited and inspected. An average building has about 10 to 17 floors, and with a floor of about 10, average 10, flats. So we're doing about 3. To date, we've been doing about 3 a day.
All right. Now, compilation of reports, do you wait for the entire exercise to be finished, or do you compile reports as and when you go along?
We compiling a report as and when. Every day, at least I have a picture of what is the report of that day.
All right. So we need to find a mechanism
Yeah.
of at least having progressive submission
Oh.
of reports to the commission up to the day the chairperson. By May is too far.
Okay.
So I think I don't want to make a commitment on your behalf. I think you need to make a commitment to the chairperson to say, how often would you submit reports of the outcome of your current exercise?
Chairperson, I can commit that starting next week, Friday, we can submit a report that gives a report since we started with the operation. And then from there, every second week, we can give a full account of the interventions of the progress until the progress is unfolding.
Just to be clear as well, Mr. Mkwani, so it's not to overburden you. So your department will be focusing on your typical, quote-unquote, buildings that have residents. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Now, there will also be bad buildings that are not necessarily occupied by any residents.
Yes.
So that will be a separate list of buildings.
I can confirm that the Department of Development Planning Building Control profile reports of bad buildings where there's an illegal land use of say commercial in nature, illegal bottle store, illegal cafe, so on and so on. We're focusing largely on the residential development, chairperson. But in most cases, they are in sync. First and second floor of many buildings it's commercial, and then the upper floors yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we now move to the next item, being the unspent funds
Yeah.
from the Municipal Emergency Housing Grant. Are you familiar with the correspondence that was sent to the Commission coming from National Department of Human Settlement?
I'm familiar, Chairperson.
Okay. In terms of that correspondence, there were 2 grants. In paragraph 6.2, there was 57 million and 10 million that was returned to the national fiscus, or forfeited to national fiscus during 2021 and 2021 financial year, and 2022 and 2023 financial year. Are you aware of that?
I'm pretty much aware, based on the records and the briefing I have received since I joined the department, Chairperson.
Okay. Now, those funds were for 2 applications, Rabi Ridge and Mai Mai. Earlier on, he testified about the fact that this grant is a reactive grant. Am I correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
Meaning?
You apply based on the crisis at hand, and then you get the funds, you implement as per the application and the plan you submitted.
Correct. Now, let's deal with Rabi Ridge. We now know that 7 million was not was returned to Treasury. In paragraph 6.5.2, even 6.5.1, you explain what was the rationale for that application. Just explain to the chair what was the rationale, what occasioned the department applying for this grant?
In the briefing I have received was that during the highest peak of COVID, when the reduction of densification was a strategy for mitigating the coronaviruses, so the intention was to create a temporary residential area that will be characterized by having all the basic infrastructure such as water, electricity, waste removal, and also sanitation in Rabi Ridge.
If you go to an annexure to your statement, annexure ON1, it appears on page, I'm just looking for some reason, my numbering is out of sync with your ON1. The actual number is page 93, Chair of the panel.
Yes.
It starts on page 93, but I want us to go to page 95. That's where the actual application starts. If you can just explain overall, how does the process unfold? You said there's an emergency or an issue that must be addressed, and then what must happen?
In terms of the grant framework of managing the emergency funding, Chairperson, when an emergency occurs, the application, comprehensive application that meets the criteria and the grant framework is submitted to the National Department of Human Settlements. It gets assessed on its strength and merits, and it gets approved or not.
Okay. And then once approved, the funds are given to the city.
Once approved, the funds then are allocated to the city.
Now, let's talk about this one, Rabi Ridge. On page 95, it confirms there that purpose or the description of the on paragraph 2.1 of, is this a copy of the application, am I correct, on page 95?
Yes, this is the copy of the application.
All right. Now, on paragraph 2.1, it states what emergency are you dealing with here? Absolutely. Am I right? The dedensification of highly dense informal settlements to contain the COVID spread. Right? Then, in part 3, it talks about the profile of the community that you are trying to assist. I want to go to the figures to confirm that you are dealing with the correct document, because the application for, in this instance, was for an amount of 71 million. My eyes are feeling me. But it is common cause from a document that this application was for an amount of around about 70 odd million that you applied to national for. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And then you indicate in your statement that the purpose of this application was to construct 1,200 residential units. Yes, on
page 12.
Yes, if you go to page 97, it says the number of persons to whom the shelters will be erected will be a temporary relocation unit. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Now, in this application, we had intended to provide infrastructure that will be used to house or to densify Rabi Ridge. Now, explain to the Commission what happened here, because in terms of paragraph 6.5.5, as I said, it's common cause that of the 71 million, only 57 million thereof was returned to Treasury. Now explain in terms of paragraph 6.5.5, what are the reasons the funds were not spent?
With the briefing I have received, Chairperson, I can confirm that the tranche, the request for application was made, and then the funds were received during the third quarter, which is January to March of that financial year, of the municipal financial year. That is, and the applications was made quite earlier, 6 months earlier.
Actually, to confirm that, let's go to page 93.
Yes, Chairperson.
On 94, 1 September 2020.
Yes.
That's when an application was submitted to National Human Settlement. Now, you are saying when were the funds made available to the city?
The funds were availed during the third quarter, which is January of the financial year in question. That is 2020 to 21 financial year, which is the third quarter.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, why is that an issue that you received the funds between January and March?
I could potentially say that because if you look, the applications was lodged in January, I'm saying in June, but it took 6 months for the department to approve and subsequently allocate the funding. When the funding was allocated 6 months before the end of the financial year.
Okay.
So ideally, this emergency fund should have spent within the financial year in question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so you are saying is that the money came late, quote in quotes.
I would say that the funds came late for the project execution. So the department couldn't move to spend the funds in the allocated financial year. And I must say, Chairperson, it's normal for the cities to apply for rollovers when your projections indicate that you are likely not to spend the funds in the allocated financial year, but the decision lies elsewhere.
Okay. And then in the second paragraph there, 5.5.2, you speak about the fact that there was some challenges on the site. Can you just explain that further?
Projects in communities always experience a significant amount of teething problems, Chairperson. Irrespective of how detailed you plan, consult, conceive, structure, create community participation structures, it remains a problem and a challenge. Hence, every project that we undertake in our community is consistent with the law. Public participation is key, but it also remains a risk. In this case, I'm briefed that the appointed service provider was not necessarily paying the subcontractors that were employed to work in the project, and subsequently there was an uprising with the community. Then the assets that were there were vandalized, and subsequently the project experiences delays. When those delays were experienced, they coincided with the end of the financial year. That's when the application for the rollover was made.
And that application, we find it on page 99 of your statement. So this is an application that you made to National Treasury for a rollover.
Absolutely.
Of these funds.
Yes.
And then what was the response from Treasury?
I'm briefed that National Treasury didn't approve the application for the rollover. As I see, the letter was signed by the former city manager to the National Treasury requesting the rollover. That was not approved by the National Treasury.
Okay. We know as well in terms of page 100 that you even tried to appeal that decision, but that was nevertheless still not approved.
Absolutely, Chairperson. The request for subsequent rollover approvals wasn't granted by the National Treasury.
Okay. Now, did you have any option of utilizing any of those funds for other purposes of dealing with implement challenges?
Chairperson, you'll remember the principle that you referred to earlier on in the DORA Act, Division of Revenue Act, that conditional grants are direct and specific and not flexible enough to be used for any other purposes except the application lodged for that.
Okay.
So you can't use the grant for anything else.
Okay. And the next one is my
Yes.
on paragraph 6.6. Again, an amount of 10 million was unspent and forfeited to the national fiscus. What was the purpose of that application? The you are indicating there on paragraph 6.6.2. You indicate what is it that you wanted to do with the funds for the emergency.
Chairperson, it's one of the inner city cultural hub characterized by high density of movement, especially during the weekend and during the day. So it's a hub of activities. I remember when it experienced the fire, because it's commercial and fire and residential. So the residential area, albeit informal structures that experienced were destroyed by fire in the June of 2022. Maimai is just around the corner from here. Then the applications was made for temporary accommodation for the displaced residents as a consequences of fire.
Chair, I thought that the application was on file as well, but we'll make it available to the commission.
Yes.
As I'm flipping over, I thought, I know on my records I had it, but I see on the commission record it's not there. But now the point is my was raised by fire,
Yeah.
and that's when you applied to Treasury for this emergency grant. We now know that only a portion of that money was spent, and the balance, and not just a balance, but a significant balance,
Yeah.
was returned to Treasury. What was the reason for that?
I'm briefed that when the project started, there was a potential site, Chairperson, that was earmarked to relocate the taxis, so that the areas where the taxis are will then be used as a temporary residential area. That was the agreement. But during the implementation stages, the taxi industry was then rejected the idea of a relocation of that particular site to the site that was identified. And equally, that to and froing resulted in constant delays, and subsequently the funds overlapped to the new financial year. Then the proposal equally was made for the funds to be rolled over to the new financial year. Equally here, National Treasury didn't necessarily subscribe to that idea.
And on that one as well, if I confirm that the funds also came halfway through your financial year.
I can confirm that, Chairperson.
Okay. Again, Chair, we are going to make available to understand that it's going to come an issue. We will provide the proof of payments to indicate the actual time or dates when these funds were actually deposited into your account. But now, here you were now trying to resolve the issue of the my residents. Notwithstanding this rollover being rejected, were you able to find a solution for the residents of Mai?
Indeed, an alternative site was then assessed and looked at. It's called the Shalazile in the same precinct, where a temporary residential area was subsequently found. But the intention is to develop a site into a proper human settlements, any of the of the typologies. This is one of the projects that the JDA is actually doing, because on that side there is a structure. So the assessment of the structure was completed, was it last week, to assess the conditional assessment from an engineering point of view to say that structure, can it be used permanently, or option is to demolish for the development of a human settlement on that structure.
But the point being that notwithstanding the unavailability of funds, the department was able to resolve the crisis at my mind.
For now, I could say it's temporarily solved, pending a permanent solution of a redevelopment of the current identified site. We're even planning the electrification program of the temporary site, pending the complete redevelopment. We only received last week the report of the engineers that gives options to say the current structure of where we have in temporary structures, it is feasible, desirable, can be repurposed for a permanent human settlement, or complete demolish of that site to redevelop area. So we are analyzing those options right now.
Okay. We now move to the next segment of your statement. There was correspondence that was sent by the commission, where they were, in terms of assisting, in terms of how the city must respond or assist in this process. There were a list of questions that were raised. Most or some of them have actually already been canvassed by the testimony of Makola and some of what you have testified. But I think for ease of reference, what we have done to avoid something slipping through the cracks, we put each question as it is and we respond. Some of which I'm going to go fast because it has been already addressed in some other parts of the evidence. But for what it's worth, for record purposes, we'll just deal with each one of our adseratium. The issue, and we spoke about TAs before, the commission was concerned that the non-adherence to, because our TA policy says people must stay for 6 months.
Correct, Chairperson.
With the idea that during that process, they are going to, of course, be processed to other avenues. But now, the non-adherence to this 6 months period leads to what we have at Moth and Mineral TAs. Now, how is the department addressing that, and why is the department not evicting ones?
Chairperson, it goes back to the point I said earlier about the lack of departmental capacity to manage the stock that we're having. I want to concede that there hasn't been a dedicated capacity or plan to really implement the T principles and policies that were articulated. Hence, I'm saying critically that the 3 interventions we're making, filling up of the positions and related underneath positions that goes with them as approved on a structure. Partnering with JOSHCO to be our partners in appointing the BMCs, building management companies that are going to be doing facilities management, but also to institutionalize the art of frequently auditing, assessing the residents that are in the T facilities. You know, the example that I have is that, for example, the lady that who's got a qualification in
ICT.
In ICT, like I said earlier, chances of her being unemployed for a period exceeding 6 months could potentially be rare. But what checks and balances do we have if she is in a T that she's now in an income bracket of 18,000 and above, so that she can therefore, if she doesn't exit voluntarily, what do you do? So we want to put those checks and balances every 6 months. At least there must be an assessment that we are doing. So that is primarily the service level agreement that we have signed with Josh. I think it will be, city manager uses the word morally.
Moral hazard.
A moral hazard. It will be a moral hazard knowing very well that the income level of any family members who staying in a T hasn't been changed, but you're still wanting to evict them. Aren't you perpetuating the problem? So let's solve let's accelerate the interventions that we're making. If you look at the mechanisms that we need to put in place, part of it includes the Department of Economic Development coming into the picture, assessing their skills, capabilities, competency levels, exposing them to the opportunities that are existing. That's why they approach it.
Okay. So you spoke of the filling of the stock management directorate. Other positions, how far are we in terms of recruiting or filling up of those critical positions? And what is that you can avail to the commission, at least as evidence that indeed this is not a talk shop?
Okay. Chairperson, I can avail the advertised posts. I can avail the funded posts that we have funded potentially through the adjustment budget if the council sits soon to approve. I can avail the memo that I've prepared to the city manager requesting the filling up of critical positions. The request is that in as much as there's a moratorium in the city to fill a position, submissions are therefore be made. And each and every submission I have to go and present. So those that have been approved are moving ahead, but I'm subsequently prepared another more motivation to the city to fill up the position.
Okay. The next aspect has been extensively canvassed with the commission in terms of the ESP, the whole issue around our inability to provide services to the residents in bad buildings, right? So we won't talk about the policy itself. However, there's a paragraph that I want you to clarify, paragraph 7.3.4. You are saying most, and the operative word there is most. Most of the occupants in bad buildings are currently not registered with the city's, with the city for anything, let alone ESP. Can you see the statement? Evidence has been put to, or questions were put to Mr. Makola earlier today that there were 300 applicants from the inner city.
371.
371, thanks, Chair. There were 371 residents who applied, or occupied, let's use the word occupiers of some of the buildings who applied for ESP. Is that statement still consistent with your ways of most, considering the number of residents in the inner city who are in bad buildings?
I agree with that statement.
That you still insist that most?
Yeah, most, yeah.
You are not saying none of them have applied?
None, yeah.
So you accept that those others are the people who have applied?
Yes.
Again, we are not going to canvass the issue of ESP. I think that has been sorted out by... now, the question was, what can be done? Or is there any way that you can ensure that only eligible South African indigent persons are housed in TAs? Because the context of this was that some of the TAs are occupied by undocumented foreign nationals. And that was a complaint by the department that as a result of that influx of the people from outside or even those who are legal, that increased the burden. Now the question was, what is the process of ensuring that only, at least, if you are complaining about the foreign undocumented foreigners, how do we deal with the fact that at least those who are eligible must comply?
If I understand your question, meant people who are supposed to be staying in the TIS?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Chairperson, the access to TIS follows a stringent process. Amongst others, it includes verifying your status in terms of residential, South African or not. From there, then it goes back to the material facts of the situation that led you to wanting to having access to tea. Amongst others include your unemployment level. So it's given the authentic process that we subjecting for qualification in tea. It's not possible for a non-South African, especially those who don't have the right undocumented. Yeah.
Undocumented.
So it's not possible for the
nationals.
undocumented to occupy the teas.
Now, to what extent are you involving Home Affairs in that to resolve that issue?
Absolutely. The campaigns that the city runs frequently partners with the Department of Home Affairs, so that they could help the city in with their processes of how they're dealing with the undocumented migrants in the context of the city.
I think this question as well comes in the next 2 pages. There's a question about Home Affairs. To what extent are you involving Home Affairs in your current operations that you are currently embarking upon?
I can confirm, Chairperson, that the current campaign that is being rolled out now, the Department of Home Affairs is intimately involved. They are part of the briefing, they are part of the planning and packaging, as well as the execution of the program currently as we're talking right now.
Okay. Chair, I'm never sure of our afternoon tea break. I was quoted by my colleague. I don't know.
Yes. I think this would be an appropriate time to adjourn for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ngwane, we move along to paragraph 7.5. The question there was renovations can be done, renovation of bed buildings can be done in situ. The context here is that the department, the inhabitants of a bed building to a particular area. So the issue is that why can't you fix that building with the inhabitants in seeing that you don't have a place to, I think the way that you use is to decant the occupants.
Chairperson, thanks. In practice, I think it's possible to can redevelop, repurpose the building floor by floor. However, it will depend on the magnitude of the structural damages that has happened. And also on the, if it's a major redevelopment, it will require building plans approval from the city. Yes. An in situ upgrade of those buildings with the people.
Not averse
Absolutely.
to where an opportunity arises
Yes.
for you to do an in situ renovation.
Absolutely. Where it's possible to relocate people on a floor to another maybe floor, and then you deal with it gradually, so on and so on. If it's possible, I would, in principle, support that type of suggestion.
To your knowledge, has the department, or even you when you're at JDA, have you been exposed to an in situ renovation or upgrade?
Most of the informal settlements, Chairperson, we do in situ. That's why there's a program within the informal settlement upgrade called the in situ program, which is characterized by reblocking first, meaning spatially rearranging the informal settlement so that there could at least be a path or a corridor so that you can install, be it a water pipeline or an access road. So we do those in situ upgrades in informal settlement. So the department has a experience in doing the in situ upgrades. So if it could be availed, if it could be restructured and repurposed for a high-rise building, I think it's possible.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, the next question was whether there was an expert called by Siri. I'm not sure what they talked about. I know the first name is Heather Dodd, who proposed a model that might be viable to deal with affordable housing. Just to recap, are you able to explain to us, from your understanding of Ms. Dodd, what does that model entail?
Chairperson, the dot architectural residential model involves a typology of residents where the concept of communal sharing of facilities it's in place. What do I mean? It reminds me of my university days, where public toilets, public kitchens or related facilities are in one side. The only thing I have access to is my room. But if I want to cook, watch TV and related, then I'm summoned to. Then I have to go access those facilities at the communal area. That's actually what the proposed by the dot model is at. Do we have an example of this one? Indeed, we have a one model of 106 in Claim Street where it's bedrooms with a smaller and a desk, but showers are not resident within your room, toilets are not resident within your room, TV, cooking areas are communally shared. So that is the dot model. Professionally, how do I feel about it? I'm saying it's a model that is typically appropriate for a certain age group. And I don't think it could potentially be viable in an area where you are encouraging multi-sexism, where the next door it's only applicable when you have a unisex, so that you don't necessarily create. So in as much as it's a model that can work, I'm not professional. I'm not necessarily in favor of this type of the residential model. Let's create decency and respect the right to privacy of residential development. I was even talking to my daughter who stays in a hostel at Vets. She's not necessarily liking the concept of sharing this, because her friends are now staying in uni. So the model can work. It's currently being practiced, but it's not necessarily an end state. It should be a model that should be temporarily in a way. Thanks.
But notwithstanding your reservations or the views that you express, the department is nevertheless
Absolutely.
steaming ahead with this model. You said it's being built currently in 106 Claim Street.
Yes.
Another story in Regent's House and Sopa.
Chairperson, you might remember that we have acquired the two buildings just around the corner called the Regent's House and just in an area of Moth Building. Potentially that's where we could test the proposed model by Dot. But reading it and analyzing it, I'm not, in as much as I'm not necessarily averse, it's not necessarily my favorite residential model, especially for adults who are wanting to stay and work in the inner city. Like I'm saying, it's a model that would work if for younger generation, student village type model. It's ideal for that. Most of the hostels or residential buildings that are developed in the inner city for student accommodation are operating on this model. But is it appropriate for residential family units? I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay. And she also makes reference to other alternative technologies that can be used to design some of these units. And what is the attitude of the department in that regard?
Chairperson, you might remember, is it 3 weeks ago, the Department of Human Settlements in a province signed an MOU with University of Johannesburg to do an ABT, alternative building tech, innovative way of delivering faster, reliable, structurally safe, but also aesthetically appealing human settlements. That's essentially what the MOU between the province and the Department of Human Settlement is saying. I've seen it in the news that they were signing that. We equally wanting to partner with the Department of Built Environment and Research in the University of Johannesburg to look at the emerging technological alternatives for providing human settlement, including a 3D development of a house, instead of necessarily using a hardcore brick and mortar. Alternatives, instead of using boards and likes. But yeah, so the university is doing a lot of research on alternatives. So we've agreed with the university to pilot it in Soweto. You see where there are towers, the land in the area where there are Soweto towers. We're wanting to pilot a few typologies of human settlements, testing the new alternative tech of delivering housing. So those are the alternatives. So we are very much amenable. So we open up the space for creativity, innovation, advanced research, benchmarked exercises, and new innovation and technology that will help us fast track and deal with the urban informality in the city of Joburg. Thanks.
So once again, the issue of UJ is a practical example of how you are embracing suggestions by people, persons like Dodd.
Yeah, we appreciate the Dodd suggestion of partnership and appreciating innovative technology.
Okay. The next part was about IT, but I want us to skip that because I think in the later part of the statement will be dealt with in detail. But the point here was that the question was, what are the hurdles that prevents us from implementing IT? So, but let's park your answer there and we'll deal with it at a later stage. Now, there's a question that talks about the viability of providing alternative accommodation, be it TA or permanent, in the outer peripheries of the city. What is your response to that?
You are on 7?
7.8?
7.8. Chairperson, and you know, everyone who comes to the city from rural hinterlands and anywhere else, even from our African countries, the point of entry and default, it's inner city. I'm an example. So indeed, staying in the inner cities offers a lot of advantages in terms of proximity to job opportunities and decent urban living. I mean, if you stay in the inner city of Joburg, going to Germiston, it's easy. Going to Pretoria, it's easy. Going to West or East Rand, even the Val, is fairly easy because of the rail networks. But what did the city do in terms of creating of strategic urban nodes outside of the inner core? That's where you're finding the development of the strategic urban development nodes, such as the Tanganani, which are commonly referred as to large-scale urban development zones or mega projects, as the city manager referred. So indeed, the city has grown key strategic nodes through a series of mega projects that we have. In the south, you have the Southern Farm and Southern Hills. In the east, you have what you call the Vloerhof development, and as well as the Lufereng development. In the north, you might have seen on TV recently, even the Premier announced the Allandale development in and around the Grand the central area. In the north, in the east-north, somewhere next to Deep Slot, there's a large-scale urban development. So these are the planned, designed interventions by the city to try to deal with inner city congestion. We want to give residents of Johannesburg a choice of where they're wanting to live, but equally offer similar level of inner city amenities. What do we have in those urban development nodes? The intention and practice is to offer typologies of human settlements. In Tanganani, you find social housing, rental stock. You're going to find flips. Flips is finance-linked support infrastructure, like where government subsidizes you to buy a house. If you buy a house of 100 Rand, government, based on your income, subsidizes you. So like at least the first deposit and the legal fees are covered by government. And from there, you also find the RDPs, the walk-ups. So that is the typology of human settlements that we are finding in the outside of the urban core. So those mega projects are essentially aimed at creating of these typologies and stock of human settlement. So the city has consciously planned and designed the development outside of the inner city.
So yes, but now in the context of those are your long-term plans, in the context of providing emergency accommodation outside, what's the to what extent are the residents amenable to accepting relocation to the outer parts of the city?
I must confess that there's been resistance on the side of wanting to relocate people from the inner city to the periphery. For simple reasons like people walk to work, people trade on the streets due to food count on the streets, people have walk to health and education facilities, kids are registered in the areas here. So to uproot them, schooling, and take them to another area, it has proven to be a problem. But the interventions we're making when we're relocating people is that the Department of Education could then become a partner so that it could make that transition fairly easy, and also the Department of Health to develop, be it a satellite clinic or that type of infrastructure in those areas. But another problem that you have when you're wanting to do a large-scale movement of people from the inner city to other area, it's a reception. I think the city manager has explained it in detail. It causes tensions, it causes disagreements. So it becomes a politically sensitive issue to play with it. Currently, we are now, the MMC is spearheading the process of stakeholder management so that the receiving community could then be allow the community to be integrated in their community.
Okay. And then I think these last two ones have been largely been covered, but you understand that your statement does not find expression in what has been testified about. The question here was about how viable are the frequent audits, because in your statement you said these are very, very, at the time when you signed the statement, you were saying these are very, very resource intensive, and it requires personnel, so that poses a challenge. So to what extent is this statement modified by the recent developments of resource reallocation?
Under normal circumstances, the city is divided into regions. So the regional manager for human settlements in this area will then be executing issues related to the audits, verification, profiling, and documentation of human settlement opportunities, residents, and facilities in the region. But with the change technique that we have since employed, we are now going region by region, as the city manager explained. So we have pulled all colleagues who are primarily responsible for this critical function to work in this particular region at this given point in time. So in as much as it helps, it's a temporary measure so that we can address the legacies, challenges, and pertinent problems that are resident in the region. So equally then, when we move to another region, we move to another region with that. But ideally, the regions should be capacitated to conduct such operations duly and fairly and reasonably with the capacity. So currently, like I'm saying, we've pulled all the resources from all the regions. They are being ring-fenced to work in Region G to do all the works related to the current process that I've already articulated of registering and conducting the audits in Region F.
Okay. It is 7.10 is that question that I spoke about earlier on about Home Affairs. I don't think we need to believe that the issue that we accept the fact that Home Affairs must be integrally involved, and in actual fact, recently now you are now using, you are tapping into their resources. Chair, looking at my time, the next section will be dealing with the arts time responses to all the experts.
Yes.
There's only one point I just want to make that, but before you deal with each one of them, just to broadly ask a question in terms of whether there is a common cause between Mr. Ongwani and experts, and tomorrow then we can just deal with specific areas. What is if the chairperson
Yes,
can.
you may proceed.
Correct. Ms. Tangwan, you have gone there, as you are aware, there were a couple of experts' statements that were made available by CIDA, and they even testified in at the commission. Were you able to go through some of the statements?
Yes, Chairperson.
All right. What is your overall impression? Is there any major disagreements between the city and these experts?
The experts, I must concede that they offered critical insight, ideas, suggestions, and input that is critical and important for the city to consider. So we are not averse to a whole lot of input, comments, suggestions by the experts. I was even telling my team yesterday that we are in the process of doing 3 critical documents, Chairperson, that we're going to subject to public participation. We're currently rolling out public participation on informal settlement policy. We're doing a lot of stakeholder management and engagement. You know, over and above the national policy directive, we are customizing it, redesigning, repurposing the policy so that we can better respond fiscally and resource-wise to deal with the issues of informal settlement policy. One of the critical components that the experts are raising, and I literally want it to be part of the policy, is the acknowledgement of the concept of, I don't know whether it exists, but I was just forming it during my discussions with my colleagues, to say the large-scale built environment, urban informality. You know, half the time when you talk of informal settlements, you talk about in the outskirts of the far city. But we're starting to experience large-scale urban informality in a built environment. Usindiso, Moth Building, and many others are just an example. What is our direct policy response to that? When we respond from a policy point of view, we must answer, therefore, the 3 critical questions. What is our response from a financing and strategy point of view? What plans of actions are we going to put in place? The policy process must result in that. And what type of structure, human resources and capacity need to be deployed? So the policy process that currently is underway will be responding to that and incorporating a whole lot of suggestions and input of the experts. One of the suggestions I also put to say, I need a peer review of the draft policy before it's gonna get approved. I'm gonna call all the experts in a workshop. Experts, this is a draft policy on informal settlement policy and approach in the city of Joburg. What is your view? Over and above what you have said within the construct and the logic and the framework of the inner city discussions at the Usindiso Commission. But we are now going even outside of the inner city. What is your thinking? Fortunately enough, some of them I professionally know them. They are quite professionals in their own right. The other policy that we are reviewing is that, which we are developing, is the strategy that for the Department of Human Settlement strategy on implementation. So this is exactly where I'm gonna pick up and subject the thinking of the experts decently so, but equally I would want them to form part of the peer review mechanism in workshops, in strategic sessions, so that they can properly frame it. I was talking to the colleagues at the National Human Settlement last night to say, who else must then form part of this peer review mechanism that I'm putting together. But so we are not averse. We view their suggestions and input as extremely progressive.
Yeah. But you make a point there in paragraph 8.2, your last sentence, that in as much as you share the same sentiments as them, I think where you are differing is on how to achieve some of the solutions that have been proposed.
Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate there? Without spending too much time on that.
Yeah. In as much as we agree, as city practitioners, when we're designing policy, strategic interventions, finally it comes to implementation. Implementation then touches on a whole lot of capacity, financial resources, and the execution. So this is where we might want to have a number of differences, but in essence, we're saying let's partner. One of the things that we need to agree on is how then do you begin to crowd in private sector players in the whole equation of delivering the human settlement interventions.
Thank you, Chair. I suggest that we adjourn at this stage, and tomorrow we'll then be dealing with each of the experts.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Thank you. Ms. Sithole. It has been brought to my attention that you may require permission to attend a medical appointment tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Yes. And would therefore request that we adjourn the proceedings at 12.
Yes, if the commission is okay with that.
Yes. Is there any objection, Mr. Semenya?
No objection on our side.
Mr. Brickhill?
Certainly no objection, Chair.
Mr. Sidumedi?
No objection, Chair.
Yes. Tomorrow we'll adjourn the proceedings at 12 o'clock to enable Ms. Sithole to attend to a medical appointment.
Thank you.
We
Chair.
adjourned until tomorrow at 10.